Well, welcome everybody to a Friday night edition of No Life Beekeeping Chat with a bunch of no life beekeepers. Man, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty good. We ain't got nothing else to do. Might as well talk about bees.
Yep. I tell you what, man. Is it me? Or is it my luck? Or is it just like, we got so much to do beekeeping wise. You think you got it all done. Hey, Jim, you think you got everything done. You're going into the flow. You think you got everything mastered and ready to go. And the wheels fall off the cart.
And the bees are going to keep us on our toes.
Man, oh, man.
Just that time of year.
So today, I know you were very busy, right?
Yeah.
You were painting and waxing.
Painting boxes, waxing foundations. Went to 2 bee yards, put on some 1-to-1 1-gallon buckets.
So you just needed like Mr. Miyagi there because you were like paint the fence, wax on, wax off.
And then I already cooked dinner too.
And you cooked dinner too?
I've been non-stop today.
Today was a day. Oh yeah, no life, man. I'll tell you what, today I woke up. I called a supplier. They're like, oh yeah, we got them today if you want to go get them. Oh, you do? So let me go ahead and drive this hour and 10 minutes each way down here and pick up some queens and queen cells. And then I'll come back and do my splits. It'll be perfect day. The weather's nice. Everything's great. Man, no, I got home. I grabbed my GoPros. I came outside. I filmed a little intro to the video and put my jacket on and realized I didn't have my gloves. So I go inside. I grab my gloves. Literally, it could not, I'll say a minute at longest, right? A minute at longest. And by the time I came out, there was bees everywhere. I mean, they were just everywhere. And so everybody knows the story that I accidentally took when I did a split. I took the queen out of the colony and moved it. It was a white marked queen. And so the swarm ended up landing in it was a double nuke that I had sitting on my nucleus row that just had literally one piece of old comb directly in the center of the top box. That's it. Nothing else in there. No swarm lure, no swarm commander, no lemongrass, nothing. One piece of old brood comb right in the middle. That's it. And they went straight to that box and went in there. So me and my infinite wisdom, once they got in there, I was like, well, you know what? I better put a few extra pieces of comb in there. Otherwise, they'll be drawing comb off my lid and it'll be a nightmare. So I hung, put some foundation in there and a couple of drawn combs in there. And I figure crisis averted, right? I caught my own swarm. Now I just need to find out where the swarm came from, deal with the queen cells they left behind, the whole thing. So I ended up going through every one of my colonies, and none of my big colonies swarmed. So I'm like, well, it's none of these. And so I'm like, well, I just started going through splits. I thought, well, maybe I just happened to catch a feral swarm. I don't know. They just showed up all of a sudden. And so I went and started doing my splits, right? Breaking boxes down, taking brood, shaking bees, making splits, adding my new mated queens in, and some queen cells and some different colonies. Anyway, I did all that. And I'm literally there's like 3 boxes left on the end, right? Including the one that's got the new swarm in it. Well, I have 1 queen left to place, and all of a sudden I see the bees are just shooting back out of the box. They're just everywhere again, and they didn't figure out a place to land. They're just swarming around. And so I went in my little shed and grabbed my bottle of Swarm Commander and took that 5-gallon pail swarm trap. And my first instinct was I just sprayed 1 spray on it and put the Swarm Commander in my pocket. Didn't think anything else about it. And but they weren't going to the trap because it was like kind of on the other side of the yard from where they were, the other side of that driveway. So I'm like, well, they're just flying. Let me see if I can stop them from getting on a branch just by moving the bucket over here and setting it down. And they sure did. As soon as I set that Swarm Commander, that bucket that had the Swarm Commander on it, they just came right down and landed right there by the bucket. They didn't go in the bucket, but they landed right by the bucket. And I ended up going to get a 5-frame nuke that had a solid bottom attached to it and a disc on the front. And once they collaborated on that, I just started banging them into the nuke box. And once I knew I had the queen in there, because I saw her nice little white dot on her, I just spun the disc to queen excluder so she couldn't get out. And the rest of the bees went in. And then right as it was getting dark, I moved that whole swarm. I switched it to vent, moved the whole swarm to where their final home is, and left them sitting there. So
you might have to check on in a couple days. The only thing with those queen excluders, or not a virgin queen, but a freshly swarmed queen, they've lost a little bit of weight.
Yeah.
And they could possibly fit through.
So I'll check her out. I mean, right now there's bees in the box, and right now it's on vent. So it's not even on queen excluder. It's just on vent. So they're getting there and they're locked down. And, I'll give them maybe till tomorrow afternoon, because I don't know if they've got any resources in that box as far as food. So they're going to need to get out. Some of them are. So we'll see. But it was just a crazy day, man. I mean, from the beginning. And then I'm trying to deal with all these bees, and I got people coming up and buying honey in the middle. So I got to stop and go inside and grab the jars and come out. And I'm like, it's good.
In your premiere, you had somebody sitting in the front yard waiting while you were working the bees.
He was driving a Prius, so I didn't even hear him drive up. I was so focused on the thing, and he just sat there the whole time. He's like, yeah, I didn't want to drive over there because the bees were looking kind of crazy. And I was like, yeah, it's probably a good thing. He just sat right there. I apologize.
Especially there by that mean hive, huh?
Yeah, I said I didn't hear you come up. And it turns out I think they were queenless because I didn't see any eggs or anything in there. And so they got a new queen. They're freshly queened today. So,
yeah, when I went to my number 2 yard today, I went over there to put that 1-gallon bucket feeder on, and it was on a split that I made a couple days ago. And I didn't see no queen cell where they started drawing anything yet. So I checked the hive right down from it that I took the split out of, and she'd done laid up a bunch more.
Oh,
so
nice.
She had some larvae, eggs, everything they needed. So I moved another frame over, hoping that they'll draw a queen cell off of this one.
Well, if the weather's good tomorrow, I think I'll make one more split, because I know there's one frame that should have capped queen cells on it in the Demaray colony. And then I'll just get them out of there. So the only thing left in there is brood, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I literally went from, I think, 12 or 13 to 23 today. So we'll see how it goes.
And you broke down to single brood management too now instead of the double. So
yeah, I think I got one double left, I think, maybe.
So as long as they build up pretty decent before the flow, you may be looking to get some honey too.
Well, it's funny because those overwintered nukes at the beginning of the year, I had 3 that were still in 5 frames, right? And I moved all of those into 10 frames this year at the beginning of the year. And I did equalize them a little bit, give them a frame of brood. But one of them had had swarm cells in it today. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to move these now. And, they weren't all capped. So I just took the whole frame and moved it. And
The ones you moved it from the 5 frame into the 10 frame, you had more drawn comb to put in there or a foundation?
I did a little bit of both. So I've got some of the
Lovely.
black comb in there and they've drawn it out, but they've got, they had queen cells in there. So I was just like, man, it was just been one of them days. It was like, I thought I had all that in check, with everything I've been doing, but no, they were, hey, Booms, they were they're ready to rock and roll, man. I'm still pulling here and there, a little bit, obviously, for the splits. So hopefully I don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm showing oh, there we go. I was showing a spiral on my other screen over there. So hopefully that's all in check now. It's just kind of crazy that how all of the stuff that I've been doing has kept like the big colonies from swarming, but now it was my smaller ones that I'm like, oh well, this was a 5 frame. They got to basically double in size and don't have to worry about them really swarming. But that colony was making preparations.
Yeah.
So
this time of the year, they trying to build up real fast, so you'd have to watch them close. I know I should have been watching mine, but I was working too much, and a bunch of my hives swarmed before I could get off of work to do anything.
Yeah, in that swarm that happened today, I don't even know again why it swarmed, because it's been in that box maybe 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks, and it was a good looking nuke, but it wasn't slam full, and I don't know why they just decided to haul behind out of there, but they did. And now they're in a new nuke with the bottom on it. And when they get that filled up, then I'll just transfer them to a 10 frame right there. And it's still so early in the year that good things could happen for some of these colonies,
Yeah.
We might be able to get a little bit off of them, but it's just kind of crazy. I mean, I wasn't expecting it all. And it happened like that. I mean, so fast. I don't even know why.
Next thing you know, you're going to have to start throwing supers on, because like I said, number 2 yard, when I got there today, I took that frame of brood and eggs and put over in that split.
Mm-hmm.
She still had 5 other frames. I mean, completely full, both sides with larvae. And they already got a good population in there.
Use the swarm to draw foundations. Yeah. I've got a lot of drawn comb right now. That's not being utilized. And I hate to say it like this, but I hate to have too much, because I don't really, unless I move them in the new honey house, I don't have anywhere to really store them. And I don't want wax moss and everything to tear them up. Right. So I'm trying to utilize everything I got right now. And definitely with going back to single brood management, I'm trying to give them something to start with, right? A little bit of extra. So, that's kind of where we've been going with it. It's just been a crazy busy day. I found out that now I can actually supply nukes. If, the supplier down there, I can get a pretty good price. So I'm looking at maybe starting to sell some nukes, because I can go pick them up and, have a pickup day at my place here. And one thing I didn't tell you, or maybe I told you on the phone earlier, but these queens he showed me videos of these bees, and he had a varroa mite on a drone brood, right? It was a ripped open drone brood, and it was the brood with a varroa on it. These bees actually picked that varroa off of that drone and ripped that bitch to shreds. They tore it apart.
Good hygienics.
And then it took he showed me a video with a hive beetle that one of the bees actually picked the hive beetle up and flew it off out of the colony. I've never seen it. I mean, you see them doing dead bees and stuff like that, so it's not like a weight thing. I just thought because of the shell maybe is a problem, but yeah, flew it off. So that was pretty cool. So
that might help out with the peppermint and bees that'll take the beetles out for you.
Yeah, I wish I just want to figure out. I mean, I'll never figure it out, but why that swarm left the nuke they were in? If these queens are called, they call them K19 or K9. No, not K19. K9, like the dog. K9 queens. They're by Cutic, and I found out Cutic supplies Man Lake, Dayton. Better be. They sold 11,000 nucleus colonies last year. 11,000 nucleus colonies. And he showed, I got to see the, I wish I would have took my GoPro because they showed me the incubation, the pure amount of colonies that they had out there was just insane. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh. And they don't have that big a place. I mean, they have about 6 acres, he said, out there. And to be able to generate that kind of nukes, they had pallets and pallets of pro nukes sitting out there.
How did they say the demeanor was of the bees? They're fairly gentle or a little more aggressive?
They were gentle, but I mean, they're definitely not my a-hole bees that I've got, you know, some of them. So it was Boons, when I saw your comment on that video, I'm like, yep, you're probably right. I mean, the whole reason they probably picked that box was because of the big open cavity, right? And what did I do? I opened it up and slammed it full of frames. I should have let them sit in there maybe overnight or something and calm down and get on that comb. And I just didn't want them to draw a bunch of comb from the roof, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if they draw a comb, you could always cut it out and reframe it, put it in some blank frames, rubber band it in, and they'll connect it to the walls.
Right. Yeah, well,
it's a little more work, but
again, it wasn't like I was prepared to catch a swarm. You know, if someone calls you and you're like, "Oh, we got swarm in our tree," you grab everything you need and go out there and shake it in. And usually, when I shake a swarm, I have empty foundations and maybe one frame of brood comb, and I shake them on that, and they just go down into the box. But I'm sitting there basically just trying to keep my swarm from flying to a tree where I can't get them, right? Yeah. Or leaving. And the swarm commander surprised me because they were just flying. And once I sprayed that swarm commander and set it down, it broke whatever flight pattern they were on and brought them right to where it was. And I was just able to take those, like the bottom board they landed on, and bang that into a box. And once the queen was in the box, they were going in. And then
everything happening at one time. I mean, that's the first thing you think of. Just grab your frames. Hey, they need something to get on. And I know when I get in that situation, it's kind of like this.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Exactly. Exactly right. So
draw a blank and do the first thing pops in mind and go after it.
Yeah. So I was in crisis management, right?
Yeah.
And then you get done with that, and your mind is kind of like, well, now what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to split and do something with these queens. And, you know, I had 10 queens singing to me all the way back from the farm over there. They were all piping. It was pretty cool. So yeah, so, hey, I'll throw the link out here.
All right. I'm about to throw it in now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yep. I already had it down there ready to hit enter.
All right.
Yeah, so anybody want to click that link, join in on the stream, you're welcome to come on in.
Come on in. We'd like to see some new faces in here, you know, I want to see what kind of challenges people are having right now as far as, you know, getting ready for the season. What kind of struggles are you going through?
Swarm management, prevention, splits.
Well, you know, with mine, my big colonies, I must have done a good job because as of right now, they're not looking to swarm. So
I wish
Only the
mine
one.
wouldn't have.
Only that one. So would love to, but stuck on nights and meant to be working. I got you, man. I understand you're over in Europe. Maybe we'll have to get up at like six in the morning one day. So it's like midday for you. Keeping them fed well enough. Yeah, so that's here. I mean, all my boxes to this point have had nectar in them when I've gone in them. I mean, not a lot, but a little bit, right?
Yeah. You'll just have to keep an eye on the new swarm.
Right.
The one that swarmed out and swarmed back in. Just make sure. I mean, they're going to use a lot of the honey or nectar they brought with them to draw out new combs.
See, that's an issue right now with that colony because I don't have. Well, you know what? I do have something for them. I've got a 5-frame Ceracell feeder I can use for them. I don't have and that's kind of, I've had some queens kind of go missing out of that I haven't been able to find. Last year was not enough comb.
Come on, Texas. You can try it out, see if it'll work.
Yeah, come on, man. Somebody hit the Dennis, hit the link, man. Come in. Somebody come in. For real. Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Come on in, Bobby. Somebody come in. We do this to talk with you guys. We can talk to each other on the phone. But
click on that link.
So we're see, he said let me get my headphones or earbuds. Absolutely.
Heck
That's
yeah.
what I'm talking about. So new blood. But yeah, so I mean that's the thing right now is, you know what? Do you ever have enough drawn comb though? Because like every year it's like I've bought more foundation, more. So every year you're making more and more.
Yeah. I would say, I mean, at least keep several extra boxes worth. That way, if you do have to make a split, even if a late season split, you got drawn comb to put them in, and then you can put foundation around it or checkerboard it in.
Well, see, every one of the queens that I put in does have a few frames of drawn. Can I beatbox? No. Maybe in the 80s. But yeah, it was so every one of the new hives had I put like when I took out brood, I put new foundation back to give them something to do. So they each got a couple frames, and then the new splits had their 2 frames and maybe a frame of food, and then I shook extra bees and then put foundation in there too. So they're going to have to work. I mean, Yeah. And the one thing about this place I got the queens from, don't have they don't put the little caps on the end of the JZBZs. So you just got the candy. So we'll see. Yeah, those little caps were not on any of them. So I've heard, people say, well, you put the cap on there and you leave them in there for a few days, and then you take the cap off and let them slowly eat the candy out.
Yeah, if it's enough candy stuffed in there, you could leave the cap off and it'd take them several days to get out.
Yeah, that whole thing was full there, but every one of them seemed to be taken care of. So I asked him, I said, well, how long do these queens stay in a colony that that they're laying good and everything? He's like, well, we leave them after they've mated for at least 2 weeks so we can see a nice good brood pattern and everything before we cage them up with the attendants.
Yeah, make sure the pattern is good enough. If not, you may have to reject that queen.
Mm-hmm. So it's, and there's no telling. I have not had good luck with buying queens. Mm-hmm. And part of it, I mean, it's my fault because I'll let them stay in there for a couple days. And I'm like, oh, well, they seem to be taking her. Then I just pop the little quick entrance and let her walk out, and then she gets nuked. So I'm not doing that this year.
I've only had to buy 1 queen so far.
You haven't bought any queens?
I've bought 1. The first swarm I got in 2020, they basically, I guess, just balled the queen. I went in there, couldn't find one anywhere. The first day or two, or first time I went in, I found a queen. Went in the following weekend, couldn't find a queen. Waited a couple more days, checked again, no queen. So I went to the apiary up the road from me and bought one, put it in there, and they just jumped on the cage, put the butts in there, started fanning pheromone. So I popped the cap and let them finish chewing her out. And that was the queen that just swarmed on me a week ago. I said had the great brood pattern.
Right.
Her.
Well, I just put the and this might come back to bite me on this colony, but the in the colony with my the monster hive, in the monster hive, I put her in there. They see, and I've got her on to a brood frame, right? So they have not, every single queen cell I've put in there, they shredded. Even the ones I put in there the other night out of the Demaray on Wednesday, gone. All of them.
Hey, we got somebody new down here.
All right.
Bring on in Boone's Bees.
Boone's Bees.
What's going on, man?
Hey, man.
How you doing?
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
1 second. I can't hear you. It disconnected my YouTube. I mean, my
Your earbud?
yeah. That's weird. It says I'm still connected to it.
Well, we can hear you fine.
I can hear you talking.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was going to do the echoing.
No, it's not.
Cool.
So tell us a bit about yourself and your channel. And
I guess 2018, I caught a swarm in my backyard and was not prepared for any kind of keeping bees. I didn't have a game plan. I had talked about bees for a long time. I actually was gardening. I like to grow hot peppers, and I think that me doing the garden had brought them in, and then the swarm moved into my smoker. I had a barbecue pit in the back, and they swarmed in, and from that point on, I had been keeping bees.
so it's like a crack injection or something. It just like get the addiction.
Definitely addictive.
Oh,
Where are you located at?
Austin, North Austin, actually.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not, well, you're not far from San Antonio, right?
That's like an hour and a half away or so.
Yeah, he ain't far from Rich then.
Yeah, you're not far from Rich.
Time is honey.
Yeah, no, I reached out to him and was like, hey, if you need bees, let me know. I'll give you some bees and thanks for your service, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how beekeeping is kind of an addiction. You know, you get started and one thing leads to another, and next thing you go from 1 to 5 to 20 to however many you can afford to keep, right?
Yeah, I'm at 20 something right now.
Oh, really? Awesome.
Yeah, treatment free, the whole thing.
So you don't treat them with anything?
No, I've never bought a bee, man. I bought bees. I did buy a bee, but I've never bought a package or a nuke or anything. Nothing.
When I started, it's funny because I bought 5 nukes. I paid for 5 nukes. The person I bought them from is my mentor, and he's a retired guy, so I didn't even feel bad about paying him, right? Because that's his income for the year. And but he doesn't graft, so he does walk away splits to generate his queens, which draws everything out, right? A month. And so it was just a bad year. He's like, man, I can only give you 1 right now because I already had all these other orders to fill. I said, yeah, no problem. Plus he's teaching me, right, when I go by there and everything. So it's not like I don't know where he lives. And he, but I ended up at that point, I had the 1 nuke, but I ended up catching like 2 or 3 swarms. People were calling me, hey, I got some bees. if you want to come get them out of my bush or my tree or wherever they're at, church column. And so I ended up doing that. So I ended up having more bees from swarms than I did purchase. And first year just split them too thin. Hive beetles and everything took over and wiped them out. So I only ended up going through the winter with 4 nukes, and now I'm up to, I guess, 23 as of earlier, if I counted correctly.
Man, I have more problems with getting my mated queens back than I do with.
Yeah, we have that problem too. We've got a lot of dragonflies down here, and dragonflies will tear them up. So dragonflies, and there's one bird that they just love bees. So I guess that big fat juicy queen flying around looks a little bit appealing to them,
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I mean. Last year was all pretty much walk away splits for me too, and I bought a few queens from Oliveira's, and most of them died or got bald. But
and I got some great queens from Seguin, but once again, I don't treat, so they did not make it. So after that, I haven't bought one. I'm not gonna do that. I'll do walk away splits and take the hit.
Right.
Yeah. There's a definite, for me, from what I've seen, there's a definite trade-off from the behavior versus the survival rate without treating. But I haven't seen anything in the middle yet.
Hey, Boone, you mind if I put a link to your channel in the chat so everybody can come sub to you?
Oh, yeah, I don't mind at all. It's very boring. This is the closest to technology I've gotten. I don't have any editing abilities or any of that.
That's all right. You getting out there and you messing with the bees. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, I appreciate what you guys do, man. It takes a lot to get out there and edit your stuff, and get it appealing to people. But I think that for me, one of the major things that I hope that isn't a trend where people make their videos so nice that it takes them so long to put it out that people can't follow along in what you're doing. Like my first year, I was, you mimic what you're watching, right? I'm not in a beekeeping club or anything, but I hate hearing that people. It hurts me to hear that people have videos and they're waiting to put them out so that they can edit it when by the time it comes out, it's not that time anymore to do what you're doing, so people that are in your area can't follow along and do what you're doing,
Yeah, I learned that the hard way my first year, and which is one reason why, if you notice, most of the people that are in this chat and in this channel are in the southern part of the United States. Obviously we don't bias against anybody anywhere in the United States or any amount of colonies or anything like that. That's not what we're about. But the thing is that when you watch, I love Cayman's channel, but he's north of me. I love Castle Hides. He's north of me. Greg, all those channels, I love their content. They're north of me. So if I'm watching a video and I see Cayman Reynolds putting pollen patties on or feed, it's either already past time for me to do that.
Yeah.
Which is one reason why, my videos aren't always great videos. Because when I shoot the content and put it up, it happened today.
Yeah.
That's what I normally try to do. Any day I shoot a video, I try to edit it, get it out that evening.
Well, I mean, I like Mike Barry's channel, but I watch Mike, and Mike, I've seen, you'll watch it and you'll say today is this date, but that was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I actually started my account so that I could tell him and a couple other beekeepers thanks. You know what I mean? Just to comment thanks, because you can't comment back unless you subscribe and then make a channel, or not a channel, but subscribe to YouTube. So it was like that was my whole purpose to even post a video was the fact that I was like, well, I already started a YouTube account, so I might as well put something up so I can watch it next year and then turn around and
yeah, Mike Barry, he probably ain't 35, 45 minutes from me, just to my east.
Oh wow.
We got another person in the waiting room, guys. I'm gonna bring him on in.
Oh, we got Ty Kent down here.
I can't. Never met either one of you guys. Hey, Ty.
Ty come in,
Hey,
I
how's it
believe, the second
going?
time I was in here with you. He's about 30 minutes away from me.
Oh, that's your buddy. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember.
that's the one that got me
Yeah.
started in bees.
The meat and shine guy. I'm all about that.
Oh yeah.
So, are you in the red light
We-
district right now?
Yeah,
Got
that's,
the red room?
that's my beat. That's my man cave.
All right. So is that a distiller? Is that actually legal in Louisiana?
Technically, as long as you're
it's
not
actually-
selling it.
You can own the still. You can own the moonshine. You just can't be caught doing the process.
So that's just decoration we're looking at right there. It's not
Yes,
actually being
wait,
used. Okay,
that's-
what is-
that's actually water. I'm distilling my own water. As you
Right.
can see, it's water. It's purified water.
just happens to have 190 proof.
No,
I think you
it's
said
not.
earlier, what,
It's only
150?
100. It's 150.
150.
Yeah, I was on the phone with Ty earlier.
That's funny. That is,
Yeah,
you-
I'm getting ready to shut it off now. It's I'm down to 75 proof right now.
all right. So I've watched some videos on it, but what do they call it? Like the first part that comes off that's no good, and the last part, the tailings or something, or
It's 4 shots is the first part, and that's methanol, and that's about, was it? I think, what did I say, Lee? I think it's like 2 milliliters every gallon. So
200,
if you're
200 to
5 gallon
250.
for a 5 gallon run, you're going to take off about 250 milliliters. So it's to get the methanol off. Methanol, of course, is what gives you the hangovers.
then
And
you
makes you temporarily blind.
and you can just pour it in
No,
your
that's all myth.
It's all myth. I'm drinking straight. I didn't go blind.
About
That I
to say,
remember.
another you might, because you'll be passed out.
If I make meat, I'm
you
gonna
drink
make
enough of
moonshine.
Was that Boone?
that's the plan. I'm going to make, when I get harvest the honey this year, I'm going to make some mead first, and then I'm going to run it.
So you're gonna make honey
I
moonshine.
did, yeah, I watched a video of a guy in New Zealand where it's legal, and he did a run on honey, and he said it surprised him that the jar tastes just like the honey, the original honey. So I'm interested in trying that.
So it's not like the traditional nail polish taste.
Well, that's what comes off after you pull the first 4 shots. Is called the heads, and that's the high proof stuff, and that's your acetone, acetate. That's your nail polish remover.
And then after that is the good
That's
stuff.
called your hearts. That's the hearts, yeah. Which is
And then,
120 to 90 proof.
and then at the end, that's called the tails or the.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tails, and that's where you get your oils, and that's actually where you get most of your flavor will come through on that end. But it's oily; it'll start getting cloudy. Most guys will mix the heads and the tails together and put it in the next batch, which is that becomes a sour mash.
I gotcha.
Oh,
See?
it's very scientific.
So we learn all kinds of things on this channel.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
it's bee related. It has honey in it.
It has honey and it's bee related.
It will have honey in it. I promise you, this summer I will have some mead shine.
And guess what? Like I said, I'm 30 minutes from him, probably at the most. So I know I'm going to try some.
Well,
You'll
know,
be invited to watch it.
I have been known to ship some apple pie around the country, but when you go to USPS, they always
that's
say is it
illegal.
liquid or they always say is it liquid or flammable. I just say nope, it's not liquid or flammable. It is 190 proof, but it is not liquid or flammable.
Oh,
So-
that's not even drinkable.
Well, the thing is, here in South Carolina, you can buy Everclear, which is 190 proof. And we can't distill here, right? Just like you can't distill there.
No, I don't. I distill water, not alcohol.
Right. So
There's a difference.
So I make a faux moonshine with Everclear and just flavor it up apple pie. Everclear, it's Everclear and whipped cream vodka.
Right.
And then the apple pie mix. So it does taste like apple pie. It's very cinnamony, like Fireball almost. And
Yep.
it'll kick you in the head a couple times. But the
I'll
Everclear,
tell you what,
if you 190 proof.
Yeah, if you want to try something that's better than Fireball, take your Everclear, and I've done it with moonshine, is get some Red Hots and buy the little small package of them and dump that whole package in it. Then taste it. It'll taste better than Red. Yep, it'll taste way better than Fireball, and it's about twice as strong as Fireball.
I've seen people doing that with like Jolly Ranchers too. They'll take a Jolly Rancher candies in different colors and mix them up. I just usually make it at Christmas time because when we go to Christmas parties, or it's usually a big hit at the office at Christmas time. You go in there and give everybody a jar of moonshine. They're pretty appreciative. Of course,
especially the boss.
Police office.
Yeah, I quit drinking. People would give me the patience to make the moonshine.
To give you the patience to make it.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I've been at this run since 6 o'clock this morning. 6:30.
Wow.
So
I've done like some craft beer. I did that one time. It was all right. It wasn't terrible. I drank it all. So, I mean, if that gives you any indication, all I used, it didn't waste. I want to try to do wine and stuff like that, but we'll see.
I used to make wines, but I ain't drinking several years. I got a little mead from a guy here a while back, little sample bottles.
I got a big bottle of mead in there.
Never take.
That's been sitting in there. I don't know if it gets better with time or not. That's probably Ty's question there, because I've had it on the bottled up in my shelf, laying sideways for about 7 years. It's been sitting in there. Never opened it.
You might not check. I've been hearing 2 years. So you might want
2 years.
You might want to check it.
Should I pop
it might
it
be
open?
stronger.
Maybe that's
yeah, you might want to do that.
On a live stream one night, I'll pop it open and take a shot of 7-year-old mead.
It might be good.
I don't know. I've never actually tasted honey mead, so I don't know what it would taste like to begin with. So it'd be hard to see if it was bad or not.
It's real sweet. Your alcohol content's not going to be much. It's like a bottle of wine, 5 to 10%. But
wineries around here, I've been thinking about stopping by and talking to them and seeing if they were interested in it. Once again, I don't drink, so it's like the lowest on my priority.
Right.
I'm not a real big drinker. I drink beer more, but I will have to say I watched a video of an old man. I was telling Lee about this today. He had about 5 or 6 copper stills back in the woods with a shotgun sitting up by the tree. And he took a jar of moonshine until he says, when you put it in your mouth, if it doesn't taste like water, it's no good. And I've got some that I was sipping on today while I first got started. And I might be darned if you don't put it in the mouth and you just let it sit there in your mouth and no burn whatsoever. When you just let it slowly go down, man, it's good. It's really good.
I might have to come by and visit you.
Hey,
I don't really drink, but I will sample stuff every now and then. But as far as drinking, no.
Well, you sample enough, you'll be. I got a spare room for you.
Let's Kim make up the extra bed, huh?
Yeah.
Ty, how's your bees doing so far this year?
Actually, last weekend I went to do an inspection, first time inspection, and as I walk out, there's the one hive is swarming in the midst of a swarm.
That happened to
So
me today.
I run back in. Yeah, I saw the video. I go out, I get all my stuff, and when I come back, they're 150 foot up in the tree, 150 feet up in the tree. So I opened that hive up, and I know why they swarmed, because they were so jacked full that they were overflow. They had no choice but to swarm.
Right.
So I took the top box was almost full of honey. I can almost pull it. I'll probably next couple of weeks I could probably pull that super off and pull the honey off of it. But I put another super on, put a queen excluder under and put that on the bottom. Put the honey super on top of that and put an excluder in between the two. So they'll come up and fill that super up.
Well, this is twice that I've had something similar like that happen. Once was at another guy's house and he called me. And once today in my yard that they were in flight, right? They hadn't landed yet. They were just all swarming around, and took Swarm Commander and took one spray. And today I did it on a 5-gallon pail. One spray of Swarm Commander on this pail swarm trap I had and set it down. And all of the bees that were flying around landed right on the bucket. And I was able to just bang them into a box, right? At that point, I banged them into a box, and then I had a disc on the front. So once they got in there, I just spun the disc where they can't get back out. And so now they're jailed. They're on timeout until I go back out there. But yeah, they landed. Cajun asked about it. The swarm actually landed in one of my other colonies, or not in my colony, but in a double nuke that I just had sitting out there with one old comb in the top box. It was on my hive stand, and they landed in that first. And I was working in the yard, and then a couple hours later, they decided they didn't want that house no more and took back off again. And that's when I caught them in the bucket, or, with the bucket. I set the bucket down, they landed on it, and then I banged them into a box and done. So did maintain them. They didn't get away. But the other guy had the same thing, and he actually had a low-hanging branch that he squirted it on, where they landed on that branch where he could just grab the branch and shake it in the box. But even if you're not using Swarm Commander as like a lure to a swarm trap, it seems to be pretty effective at getting them to break that cycle of just swarming and land somewhere.
Yeah, like a silo.
Yep. And to get them to not go way up in the trees, which is kind of here. If I didn't catch them, they would have been in some tree in the woods somewhere. I wouldn't have gotten them. One time, 2 years ago, I had a swarm go like you so far up I couldn't get to them. They were just gone.
Ty's got a whole bunch of really tall pine trees around him there.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like my place.
Yeah, I got a pond right in front. So you can't get, I got a big old pond in front of them. So that's their water source. But I did make a split. On one of my other hives. They were so full. I took a split, and I was telling Lee that day, I sent him a picture of it. This is day, there's 4 or 5 days now into it. They're doing good. I put 2 frames in there in a 5-frame nuke. They're on 3 frames now. And today I stood there watching them, and there's a bunch of them just bringing in pollen like crazy. So they're doing good. I didn't put a queen in. The one frame had a queen cell, capped queen cell on it. So and it was in the middle, so I knew it was a supersedure queen that the other hive was making. So I put that in there. So, and when you open the box up, they're quiet as a church mouse.
Really?
So something must be doing good. Yeah, something must be going on pretty good.
Well, I mean, the funny thing was I went through all my big colonies right after I caught that swarm in the box. I'm like, it's got to be one of these, right? It's got to be one of the big colonies that swarm. No, it was a damn 5-frame nuke that had like 2 frames of bees in it. I'm like, why did you guys leave? Where were you going? What the hell?
They just
So-
wanted to surprise you.
When I started marketing queens was so that I could tell, what was happening. Times where they rotating them out, superseding them.
But it's so dumb. I mean, that was a marked queen, right? It was so dumb how it happened because I was making splits. I didn't see her. And I took her out of a double deep colony that was real strong on accident and put her into a nuke box, right? Which made that colony then make a bunch of queen cells. And that's how I found out, well, there's no queen in here. What's going on? And so I made splits with those queen cells because all the queen cells were in the top box. They weren't in the bottom where you would expect them. So when I got to the bottom box, there was no brood in there anymore because I made splits with all the damn brood that had queen cells in them, right? So that was stupid. So I put them back together. I went and bought queens today. I ended up taking that double deep box, splitting it out. There was a little bit of brood scattered around, but not like brood frames. And so I took those frames and basically split the whole colony in half and gave them each half a new mated queen. And so now hopefully that double deep is now 2 single deep mated, with mated queens in it. Yeah. But it's just dumb stuff that could have been avoided that I made a mistake, guys. See, it happens.
We all do. But how many colonies are you up to now?
Who, me?
Yeah, how many colonies?
I got the 4 big hives. I've got the split I just did, and I've got a nuke on order that should be here in a couple weeks. So that'll be 6 hives.
Yeah, I'm hoping the nukes. I'm going to try to call her tomorrow. I think those nukes I'm hoping to be ready next weekend.
Yeah.
How many?
She told me the middle.
How much are the nukes over there where you guys are?
165 this year.
That's pretty.
Really?
Last year they were 150.
Man, they're like 300 here.
Are you shitting me? 300?
Oh man, if you're not the beekeeper that I had him come and check mine out when the swarm come in, so I called him, make sure they're not Africanized or whatever, and he said no, they're not, and he's like, don't sell it for less than 2. So I was like, okay. And then I start looking around, and they're like $300 here, man.
Wow,
that's insane. I mean,
yeah.
my mentor sells them for $185, but you got to bring your own equipment, and he takes them out of his box and puts them in your box.
Yeah, this is
right.
The equipment is probably cheaper than that, but
yeah. Well, I'm actually this queen breeder and nuke provider that I went to today. Man, you can get nukes pretty cheap if you buy them in bulk. If you get people that get a bunch of people together that are buying them, you can get them pretty cheap. I mean, these people actually provide Man Lake, Dayton, Better Bee, all the people online that are selling these nukes. They're the ones that provide them. And once I saw how much those guys pay for them, because they showed me the spreadsheet on their pricing, I'm like, are you kidding me? They're knocking people's heads off, and they're not paying hardly anything.
Well, man, I was disappointed in the survival rate. You know what I mean? Like, I know I didn't treat them, but man, they didn't even last a year. I got 3-year-old queens, you know what I mean, that I just started marking 3 years ago. So it was like to sit there and look at a queen you bought and paid $50 for, you know what I mean, and it not survive. And then here I am with some pharaoh bees that just kick it like champs, man. I don't put my money into the bees. I put my money into the equipment. That way, if something happens, I can sell equipment,
Well,
you said your queens are running $50 there?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's $5 for a queen.
Dang.
You know how much my
They're
queens were
25
today? I
here.
bought
What's
30,
that?
$30.
Oh,
$30. But I had to buy 10. If you bought less than 10, if you bought 9, they were 33 a piece. But why wouldn't you get 10? Because if you get 9 and they're 33, the 10th one is basically free.
Yeah.
So, so I went ahead and got 10. And then they threw in 2 extra queen cells for me that I said, when are these going to hatch? Tomorrow. Okay, we'll put them in today too.
No, I do like Mr. Ed, man. I take that the double screen divider board, and no joke, man. Last year I did it in what was it? February, when that Arctic freeze come through. All of them came through like champs. Like you can't go wrong with that. You know, I would just pick one box with the genes you want to split, and then throw that in the middle of the two, and then harvest them out like poor man way. That's the way I do it.
That's what I planned on doing this year. Taking some, getting some queens off of my number 1 hive. She was good. She swarmed on me about a week or 2 ago while I was working 712s.
Well, see, I did a ghetto fashion last year. So I would do a walk away, right, with a frame of eggs.
What?
And they would generate a bunch of queen cells. I would take that frame out and put a mesh basket over them. And then and leave like 2 that weren't, right? So those 2 would hatch in the colony, so they would get their queen. Then I would take that frame and another frame of brood and put it in another colony, and one of those queens would hatch out. I would take the cage off of them, move the whole frame to another colony, and release the queen until I didn't have any more left. And
man, I think the open mating your own queens is the best way to get your local genetics, man. To get I don't know, man. I think it's almost like an inferior queen that people are trading out. They want to, no offense to you guys that keep bees and t-shirts, but they want to be a lion tamer. You know what I mean? Walk around with a lion tamer's badge, but then it's docile kitties that you have. Nothing against anybody that does, but I don't keep ladybugs. You know what I mean? They're not crickets in there. They're not love bugs. Key thing for me was sustainability. I was like, oh man, it was luckily I started before the pandemic, but when the pandemic hit, I was like, man, I really need to be sustainable. And I can't, for some reason, sustainable and a chemical treatment aren't, they don't work together. Like, I don't see how if the economy or whatever happens, like how you're going to be able to say you're self-sustaining, but you have to buy a chemical from someone, you know what I mean, to treat your bees. So if the economy goes bad, so does, I don't.
Well,
it's a touchy stuff.
Mr. Ed's video today, he said that he doesn't even go in his colonies. He goes in his colonies. It was the whittling queen cells.
Yeah. I watched it today. I go into mine. I'm not a hands-off beekeeper, but I'm not going to put a chemical in. Like my wax chemical free. My wax free.
He says he goes in and makes splits, and then he goes back and harvests honey. He says other than that, he lets the bees do what they do.
Well, doing the cutouts allows you to do that. Like from what I've observed of my own just few years is that you guys are treating bees, so you're also losing bees. When you're doing that, and that's about the equivalent of what's happening when you're not treating. Unless you're only keeping bees that are so docile that you want to keep them in t-shirts. Once again, you're trading something.
Well, I'll tell you what, that if you ever see the guys, well, Cayman is familiar. He does the t-shirt thing a lot. And I noticed with the bees that I have here, all 3 of my hives that were like super aggressive this year, those came from my mentor's yard, who keeps primarily 5-frame nukes, right? And in his yard, you could put your hand down in the colony, no problem. They're very gentle. And I've got some colonies like that. But all 3 of those that my mentor says his gentle bees are all nice, but when they get into double deeps, they turn into assholes. I don't know.
It's the more you have more bees. You know what I mean? Like, they're not necessarily an asshole. There's just more assholes in it. Right. From what I've noticed. I pride the fact that I wear a suit. You know, I keep my bees on other people's properties. My property is too small to have them. So, so like I drive 75 miles one way just to go see my bees, you know. Yes. My brake pads went out on my last weekend. On the way there, it flung them out. So like I missed my inspection. So I hope I don't go back to see a bunch of swarms. But if I do, I'll double screen them. But I think it's just there's more bees in that box that are angry. But it really kind of like hurts my feelings whenever I see a comment that's like six stings and I'm requeening. You know, like you're not wearing a suit, but you're gonna blame it on the queen that you got stung. You know.
Well, see, I got some flack on a video I put out about that. I call it my monster hive because not because it was so large, but because it was so mean, right? It was like a nightmare to go into. So I don't like killing bees. The whole point I'm having bees is to try to keep bees and manipulate them to, you know, and you understand they're bees. They're not house flies or whatever, you know. And so this queen was pretty mean. So what I did is I basically wanted to demoralize them, right? I broke them down and took the queen out and made a nuke with her in it. Mm-hmm. And it took her away from the colony and let them try to requeen themselves. But that's also a colony that for some reason won't requeen itself, but yet it continues to do okay. So they got a new queen today because I've tried 4 or 5 times putting cells in there and everything, and they just rip that bitch down as quick as it goes in there.
Like I said, I keep mine on other people's properties, you know. So like I got last year or the year before, I got some mean, you know, like 2 mean hives, and I was like, well, I'm not going to kill them. I'll put them way out somewhere where they're not going to bother anybody. And I even left them in a nuke over the winter, and they still 5 frames still pulled through. Like I think there's something to be said about sustainable, and then you know what you're looking for. You know, are you looking to have it in your backyard and plant it in a cave? You know,
I saw a guy, and it made me sick almost. I saw a guy that had I think it was like a double deep, and he had honey supers and everything on it. And he took the honey supers off, and he said, this colony's just too hot. I'm gonna, and he sprayed it all down with Dawn soap water and killed the whole colony because it was pissy. I'm like,
I think it's a misconception. You know, they I don't know. I'm biased though because I haven't seen the losses. You know what I mean? Like I was told that what is it? Your 3rd year, you're gonna lose everything. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to start over. You'll hit bottom in your 3rd year.
I hope not. I hit that the 1st year.
Yeah, I didn't see that. You know, it hasn't.
I don't think I haven't lost something every year.
Yeah.
Well, the main thing is the first. Hey, Rich, we'll see you. We'll get you added in here in a second, buddy. When I first started, I didn't have a plan, right? The first year, the plan was to put bees in a box and split them and grow the colonies. So I didn't have a treatment plan. I didn't have a growth plan. I didn't know how strong I needed to keep a colony. In my mind, you just make a split. They're going to grow, and then they're going to be strong enough to. No, it don't work that way. You know, so I learned that lesson. The second year, I went from 4 nukes to, I guess going into winter, I had 15, at least single 10 frame deeps, or most of them were double deeps. And you know, just from 4 nukes, I was able to grow them and split them and pull some honey. So, but I had a plan. This year, coming into the year, I have a plan on what I'm trying to do. And I don't think, you know, when you first start, you don't have a plan. You don't. You know,
I didn't. I had a whole list of things that I needed to do. I had to. Well, this is really weird. It's backwards. I had to check the boxes on here of take your classes, join a beekeeping club. You know, get your property. You know, all of that. Yeah, it was a whole list, and I believe God was like, you want to check these hives over here? You can check that list off later after you're done.
Oh, and that was the other thing. Once you put the bees in the box your first year, you're so excited about getting the bees, and then you put them in the box, and it's like every day. It's not like they say leave them in there and then come back a week later, come back. But every day you're out there. Let me see what the bees are doing today.
Sit out there with a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I was going in my hive about every 2 days.
Because I'm standing there watching this box, and they don't know what's in the box. And I'm just sitting in the backyard on 2 hours at a time, just staring at a box,
Right.
Yeah.
I caught that swarm in October, September. So like I got one hive. I did a cutout of my barbecue pit, put it in there, and then that's what I overwintered. So it was like, and I didn't treat them, and I only had one hive. It was like breaking a lot of rules right off the bat, but it was I think it's like Mr. Ed.
Rules. Bees have rules.
Yeah. Hey, we need to get that. We need to get
they follow
that.
their own rules.
We need to get that sound bite. Who was it on Beavis and Butthead when they're like breaking the law? That's what we need to do every time we do something.
Well, it was like treat your bees or they're going to die. You better have more than one colony or you're not going to make it. So everything I read was telling me I'm just wasting my time.
Yeah.
But and that's the same thing. That last talk you had where it was like if you're not I'm like I said I'm walk away splitting. I'm not investing. I didn't spend money in a nuke. Then I would treat. You know what I mean? Like I'm not against it completely, but I just can't wrap my head around it. I'd rather do it the other way and invest in equipment and make bees and grow with my yard. I just can't pour chemical. I wish I could edit because I really want to do a video where the farmer comes over to wave the beekeeper down and he's like, hey, I waved the pilot off. He's not going to dust anymore, And then the golf course guy comes over to the beekeeper and he's like, hey, we're not spraying pesticides anymore. And the beekeeper's like, hang on, I got to turn down my leaf blower, where I'm pumping in oxalic acid into my hive. Being like, how can you look at one person, tell them to stop doing what they're doing while you're dumping, poison into a hive,
Yeah.
Hey, let's get Rich at it in here. He's been waiting.
Well, that's what I was talking about as far as buying
look,
bees.
I'm
I'm expanding my 3 yards that I already have, and I'm gonna do splits, walkaway splits. I'm gonna make some queen cells, but I am buying 8 nukes this year. The only reason I'm buying them, I'm setting up a whole new yard. Now I don't want to lower the population in my existing yards. Now, if it was the end of season and I was making a split, I'd move them to the new yard. But I did go ahead and make the decision to buy just to start a whole new yard.
Man, that lag on the walkaway splits is serious. Like it really does. It's like 8 weeks before the first set of the new blood comes out. And it does. It's a slow process compared to dropping another queen in.
Yeah,
That's what I'm going to do. I'm figuring the end of May, beginning of June, I'm going to start some grafts and the Nightcot queen system. That way, by the time I pull honey, whenever I pull honey, all them bees got to go somewhere. They ain't going to fit in a single brood box. I do single brood management. So I'm going to take those bees, make splits, and my queen cells will either be ready to hatch or just hatched, and I can drop them in.
Well,
and at least they're not having to draw their own cells and be a month behind.
Yeah, the main thing with the walkaways, it's not the actual walkaway split because you can have a queen in 2 weeks. It's her coming back, and if she doesn't come back, then you're repeating the process, which is another 2 to 3 weeks, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's on after that. Yeah, you might as well shake them out in front of another box or something.
So I just got to the point where I was just putting like 1 queen cell in there. I'll put a frame in there with 4 or 5 queen cells in there.
Hey, Dry Cut. Say hi to everybody.
And there he goes. Out. Waited all that time to get it. Now he's gone.
Hey, look, I gotta chill out. My battery's fixing to go dead on the phone. But it's nice seeing y'all again. I'll hit you up next time.
Yeah, we'll be live
and Lee,
Tuesday night.
Okay, and Lee, you'll have to come over when I do a run.
All right. No, I'll be there. Just give me a holler.
All right, 10-4. Good night.
Hey,
I'll talk to you.
Good night.
Out on the couch. It never happened. That's all I'm saying. No photos, no video. It never happened.
Yeah, no pictures.
Yeah,
That'll be the new intro for his videos. Him passed out with a penis drawn on his forehead in Sharpie.
All right, you have a good one, man. Be careful.
All right. Thanks,
later.
All right, we'll get Rich back now.
Sorry, guys. Hit the wrong button, man. It seems to happen to me a lot. What's up, Chad?
So yeah, man, the walkaway splits, I love them and hate them all at the same time because my patience gets tested. You know, when I've put 4 or 5, I literally put a whole frame of queen cells in that monster colony on Wednesday. I went back in today. They're still queenless. There's still no brood. They ripped every one of them queen cells down.
Maybe there's a virgin in there.
I didn't see
Land worker. You know, I think they'll do that too with a land worker.
well. There's
By
no.
the bees.
I saw no eggs in there at all, anywhere. There was a frame of brood that I had put in there previously with the eggs on it, and the eggs, or not with the eggs, but with the queen cells on it. They tore all them down, but the brood was still intact, and they were still covering the brood. So I was like, you know what? I set a mated queen on top, and let them get on top of her just to make sure that she wasn't getting, you know, they weren't trying to ball her or something and through the cage. And then I took that JZBZ and smashed it to the side of the brood frame and put them back together. And
If you're trying to film that at the same time, you could have caused a robbing, you know what I mean, by being in there a little bit. And then once that robbing is, your queen acceptance is you know, drastically reduced.
Right now, I mean, with the time of the year it is, they're, other than just a couple colonies, they're all like pulling in pollen and nectar, and that colony's got pollen and nectar in it. I mean, everybody's pretty busy on their own, you know, getting their stuff. So
Yeah, shake it.
yeah, so that I was thinking about that the other day. I was actually thinking about, and we talked about this, was putting a nuke in that spot, or taking a nuke, putting a 10 frame box right there, and then going and shaking all those bees out and letting them return back to their location, which would now have a queen in there that was laying. And I don't know if they would attack her and kill her because she's in their location, or if they would accept her right away.
I would do a paper combined, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was
That's what
saying.
you're talking
Paper
about.
combined may
Paper
help.
combined.
The newspaper, just throw a smaller hive on top with the queen that's already laying that they already accepted, and then put the newspaper over it, and then set them on top.
Well, right now they got a mated queen in there. They gotta get out of a cage. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe might be $30 flushed down the toilet. We'll see.
Try waiting a week and a half before you even go back in there. That way they have time to release her, maybe get used to her pheromones and accept her without any outside interference.
Disturbances. Yep.
I've only got one colony that I have left to go in. Is that Demaray to get that last frame of cap queen cells out of there. And
See that Demaray you're doing, man, is it's so close to what you would do with the double screen board.
It basically is the same thing, right? So the double screen bottom board, instead of that, they just got 2 queen excluders and 2.
What I was doing was putting that double screen on there, and then wait a few days for the queen cells, and then I was rotating the hive back and forth to mix up the population in the top and the bottom. It was pretty cool.
So the workers would come back to the different entrances.
Yeah, like I think it's a snail grove or whatever that has all the doors on it that you can manipulate, which would be awesome for you with it being in your backyard. I haven't tried it because my hives are so far away, but instead I would leave and then rotate the whole hive, top and bottom, all the way around 180 degrees so that the entrance was on the other side, and then it would change the population from back at the top to back at the bottom again. Then rotate it again like just before your queen hatches, and then you can put the population back at the top box and then pull your split off so that you get more in it again. It was pretty nifty.
So here's what my plan is right now, because the whole thing is, I don't know if marketed is a good word, but it's marketed as a preemptive demarray to keep them from swarming, right? Because it gives the queen a bunch of room. Now, the first time I did it, if you watch the video, I was redoing it, right? It was a redo of the demarray.
Mhm.
And what I did was the first time, most of the bees went back to the bottom box. The second time, after she in the bottom box I used drawn comb, which they say it's better to use all foundation, because as they're drawing out the foundation, she's laying the cells up and doesn't give them time to pack it full of nectar.
Yeah.
What was happening. So the first time I did it, I was taking those queen cells out and splitting them. So I was robbing them. And this time I want that brood to hatch to keep them strong enough, right? So I'm going to take out the queen cells tomorrow that weren't capped the first time I went in there. Take them out. All the other brood I'm going to let hatch, and I'm probably going to take them back down to just a double deep. So all of the nurse bees will then work back down. They'll have to go back down through the front, which then they'll be like, oh, we got a queen down here, you know, and then populate that bottom box and help it. So I've got all of the cap brood and the eggs that she laid originally all got capped over, right? And they're in the top. And now she's going to have all of the frames that were drawn out with eggs and larvae in the bottom also. So it's going to explode pretty quickly in population. And it's supposed to be done over like 26 days, so all that brood can hatch out. Mm-hmm. And what's going to happen is it's going to be populated fully right at the time the flow starts.
Yeah.
And then just start throwing the supers on there and letting them fill it up, because she can't get up and they're going to have to put it in there. Let me see. Bob,
Yeah, let's say, hey, Ricky, how you doing tonight, man?
14 days before I seen eggs in the hive. Yes. So hopefully, I was just watching Ricky's post there, and yeah, I've had them take a long time, but generally this time of year, we've got drones and stuff. I mean, the temperature is right. You know, it's still getting down in the high 40s at night, but not too cold for them to keep her, you know, keep a virgin warm and keep everything going. So we're going to see. It is definitely a trial, because I just don't see that many people doing a demarray, right? I see that was actually from Europe, and there's some people up north that do them. But the idea is to have that colony so packed with bees by the time the honey flip starts.
I think it's 6 Acre Homestead. Man, he does that snail growth board, and it's like every 4 days or something like that. You're opening one side and then opening the other, and then there's a door underneath it that you close and open, and it's along the same lines as that, where it's just packing one of the boxes full. Like, she's laying up top, but they're all going. You're sneaking them back down in the bottom. You're tricking them, because the door is so close together that when one opens and then the other one's open and the other one's closed, that they don't actually realize it,
that they're going into the bottom instead of into the top.
Yeah.
And then they just work down. So ideally, what'll happen is when all the brood hatches out, there'll be nothing left in the top other than stores that they stored, and they'll have to work back down to get out and, you know, work those boxes up. So
do you feed them when you're doing that?
Actually, the first time I didn't do anything to it, because they had drawn comb in the bottom. I have put 2 quarts of 1-to-1 on it on the bottom, because they didn't have anything but the 1 frame of brood in the bottom with the queen and then foundation. So I did put some on it this time, just to give them something to start drawing comb out with. But after 7 days, I was kind of surprised that they didn't draw out more comb. But that's because all the bees stayed up at top, right? They're not going to draw out more than they need.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that, man, I'm surprised that they didn't get robbed out. You know, they're demoralized from not having a queen. You know, and that's just Easy
But
pick.
the bottom does have a queen. The top has most of the bees in it, right? So they did draw out. So the one frame of brood was in the middle, and they drew out fully on 2 frames, but on the side that was closest to the brood.
Yeah.
And that was laid up with eggs and larvae. So they're doing it. But my thing is, they're probably, until those are capped, they're not going to move out, right? Because they still have to try to keep those warm, and they don't have the bodies in there to do it. So,
they're not going to want to leave them.
yeah, they're not going to want to leave them. So, but no, I haven't had a big issue with robin here, which might be why they're those colonies are kind of aggressive too.
Oh yeah. And last year, oh man, I'd cry on the way home because my hives are so far away that I don't get to go and throw a sheet over it or a robin screen or anything like that. It's a free for all. Once I leave, I come back a week later and play detective.
Now, where I do have a problem with robbing is I did early splits, and I put Boardman feeders on them.
No, yeah,
Feed inside your hives.
yeah, that's a gimmick.
Yeah, they got drop kicked. Every one of them died. 10 splits. 3. That's the biggest stab in the heart. I basically killed a triple deep colony.
My mentor told me that, Bob. He's like, the Boardman feeders. He's like, instead of doing that, just put the jars inside.
Well, I actually put the frame feeders.
Yeah, throw an extra box on and then get like a gallon feeder. I've been saving like plastic jars and making my own. I'm getting prepared for it.
Oh, look who we got here.
Hey, we got Jim down here. I'm going to bring him on in.
We got the All-Stars coming in. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, I apologize, guys. I don't have headphones, so let me know if it sounds messed up.
It doesn't.
Sound good right now.
Sound good, man.
I'm at work. I just thought I'd jump in. Long-time viewer, first-time caller.
Hey, we appreciate you, man. Hey, look at this. We got the all-beard crew going on. Every one of us got beards rocking. Hey, now we just need to get what's the bearded bee guy or whatever his name is?
Bearded Bee Works.
Bearded Bee Works, yeah.
We need to get him on. He always says, "Hey, bearded bee people." So, where are you located at, Jim?
I live in Union, Kentucky. It's about 15 minutes from Cincinnati.
Okay. So northern Kentucky.
Yep, northern Kentucky.
Do they call you a Yankee because you're in northern Kentucky?
Yeah, they do. Hey, sometimes they do.
It's anything higher than I-20 is a Yankee.
I-20. Yep. Hey, I gotta make. Yeah, I'm south of I-20, barely.
Yeah, I'm way south of 20.
There you go.
I-20 actually, our town. I-20 is on the north, 77's on the east, and 26 is on the south side. So, yeah, we're surrounded.
Yeah, same here.
Jim, how many colonies are you managing this year, man?
I don't know.
Jim.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I don't have any bees yet, guys. I got a bunch of swarm boxes out. I'm hoping something happens soon. So I'm not even a first-year beekeeper yet.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Yeah, good.
You've probably been studying bees for 2 years already, if you're like me.
I just can't bring myself to spending money on them, on actually buying the bees. So
Yeah.
I got a couple guys around here that they set traps out. They're going to help me get a hold of some. So
Nice, man.
That's
That's always good. Good,
yeah,
man.
thanks.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah,
I think a hero colony is the best thing for someone to start out with. Something that's testy, make you learn to respect them. And, it's always like the calf that you trusted that kicks you in the head, right? So,
I was listening to you earlier, Chad, about having testy bees, and I know some people might not so agree with it, but I honestly want some testy bees, man. I want bees that are going to be bees. That's what I want.
It gave me a respect for them. Whenever when I bought those queens and they were docile, I understood why people were a little more quick to bang things around and to be a little abusive to them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, you got yours away from your house. It's one thing when you're walking through your yard and just get zapped for no apparent reason. I think
I got them in other people's houses. That's part of the game. I tell them it makes the honey taste better.
I think they don't like my watch, because if I'm walking through the yard with no jacket on, right, and I'm swinging my arm, I don't know if it's the flash off of the glass on it or what, but man, they tear my hand up and my arm up, and it's they're indiscriminate to me sometimes.
Jim, do you have any gear set out already for like any boxes or anything? Like you got gear ready for your bees and everything?
Yeah, man, I've got
Nice.
so much stuff invested already. It's unbelievable.
Nice.
I was just telling Bob yesterday, I had
You're
watched
just waiting.
this video with his Guardian jacket. I had to go out and get one of those.
Nice.
But, yeah, I think my wife's starting to cut me off on
money?
stuff I'm buying before I have anything. But
Let
man, it's
Let me
definitely
tell
fun.
you a real conversation from today. So, my wife slept in a little bit. I got up earlier. I found out the queens were available, right? I had to drive an hour and 10 minutes to go get these queens. I'm on my way back. She says, "Why are you down there?" "Oh, well, I went to go get some queens." "Well, you just told me not to spend any more money."
We're going to see that little book fly through the background here in a minute.
I said, "Well, yep, you're right. Don't spend any more money."
Man, I went to Gretchen's bee farm and bought equipment, and those people are so great. Like, they gave me a great deal. And
Are they out of Seguin, Chad? You said they're out of Seguin, right? Okay.
Yeah, they're in Seguin. But
Okay.
he worked with me on the prices, and I told him, "Hey, man, I'm a poor guy. Just because I say, I'm living in Austin doesn't mean that I'm in tech. I'm a plumber."
Yeah.
But I bought all my stuff. Unassembled. I assemble as much as I can to cut corners. There's ways to cut the cost on it.
Unassembled, if you got what my mentor does is he goes to yard sales and he'll find like boxes of nails and screws and buy them for like $1. Instead of going to a hardware store and paying shelf prices $8-9 for like a pound of screws. He'll go. He's like, "See all these screws right here? I bought all these at a yard sale." He's like, "I probably spent there's maybe $50 worth of screws right here, and it's just a shelf full of everything to put the boxes together."
I sold a couple of nukes last year, and they come by to kind of just see what I was doing with it, and to show them, and I was like, "I don't want to be a mentor for you, but I just want you to come and get comfortable in it." That was the only thing I wanted them to learn from me was just to get comfortable in there, to get into the bees. Don't be afraid to mess with a hot hive, or don't be afraid to open them up and get into them,
Right.
It's a weird energy.
Do you smoke your bees much?
Oh, sorry.
It depends, I'm big on checking the temperature of the smoke more than I am of how much smoke I use. I constantly blow smoke on my wrists or anywhere I can that isn't covered, so that I can tell what the temperature of that is. And that's my main thing that I worry about. I don't worry about how much smoke I use. I worry about how hot that smoke is.
That's the biggest gripe people have about my YouTube and my videos is that I'm not smoking them.
Smoke them to their eyes water, right?
No,
What Dirt Rooster says, smoke them to their eyes water. If not, yours are going to water.
But that's the thing, you find the queen faster because all their butts are turned towards you, and then the queen is the one that's not eating honey. So like
that's what I've noticed. Whenever you smoke them hard, a lot of times that queen's going to run to the bottom board, and then it's hard to find her.
Yeah. The other thing is Dirt Rooster also doesn't wear a jacket most of the time.
Yeah,
he does when he's doing cutouts, but only if it's an aggressive colony when he's doing the cutout, right?
Yeah.
So,
he's not in Texas.
Yeah, I mean it is what it is. It's kind of hard to make a good YouTube video if all they see is your smoker, the smoke in front of you too. So, I'm like you. Bees can be aggressive. You're gonna get stung. If you're a beekeeper, you're gonna get stung. Just when you go into beekeeping, just know you're gonna get stung. It's gonna happen.
I don't even have bees yet, and I'm getting stung.
Yeah, it's just gonna happen.
They're just in my yard, and I'm getting stung. I'm not even handling them yet, and they're stinging.
But I can literally go from one colony to another colony that's maybe 12 feet away from each other, And one of them, I wouldn't have to wear anything in. And the other one wants to rip your face off.
But that's where I tell I tell homeowners like, hey, if that hive is hot when I go through it, if they notice it or whatever, there's other circumstances. There's outside influences. It could have been a skunk wrapping on the outside of it all night, and then here I come, or wasps, could be getting after it. So it's like
could have been anything, raccoon, skunk.
Yeah,
anything.
you can have other problems, and it not necessarily be the genetics of the queen that are making it that way, But once again, you're supposed to be wearing a suit, and it's not supposed to matter. You're a beekeeper.
I don't trust the bees that much to not wear a suit, especially here. My mentor told me, Boones, he's like, hey, you're not coming in my yard unless you're wearing a suit, man. Yeah. I was like, all right, cool, I get it.
I had people come up to me with no suit on while I'm wearing one, dressed like I'm using a bomb. They walk right up to me, and they're wanting to talk to me about honey or something or the bees, and I'm like, you have to get away, because it doesn't look good for me, for the other neighbor to sit there and see me all dressed up in the suit, supposed to be the guy doing it, talking to someone without a suit, so.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, hey, people, common sense here, man. You see what we're doing. It's like, you see I'm wearing a bee suit, right?
I'll go out in the yard sometimes, and it, like I said the other day on one of our lives, if they don't have a nectar flow going on, they're pissy. They won't jump all over you. But as soon as the nectar starts coming in, they calm way down. I can go out there with just the veil alone, and if the nectar flow is heavy, I don't have to wear anything, but I still prefer the veil.
Yeah, I don't mind the stings that much, but I don't want them to hit me in the eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tex, I heard we got to watch out for scorpions in our boxes here, man.
Hey, I don't know how many times I've moved an empty box and like a lizard has run out, man. Scared the crap out of me.
Lizards.
All right, so Dennis, I believe this is a question about the Demarest. So what you do is you're going to take your brood box, right? So if it's just the bottom box that's got all your bees in it, right? You're going to take one frame of cap brood, try to limit, maybe some larva that still needs to be capped, but definitely older than queen cell makeable larva. And you're going to take your queen and put her on that frame. And you're going to put her right in the middle of the new box with undrawn foundation the rest of the way. Then you're going to put a queen excluder on top of that. Then you're going to take two boxes like your medium supers and put them on there. And then you're going to put a queen excluder on top of that. Then you're going to put that brood box from the bottom with the, obviously replace the frame you took out. And you're going to put that on top of that. And that's how it works. So I think that's what you were asking. Yep. And then the top box, and they make a crap ton of emergency cells. If you watch Black Mountain Honey's video, what he does is he actually goes in and crushes all the cells because he's going to, if he makes a split, he's got these buckfast queens that he prefers to use. But I just take those queen cells and I make splits off of them. So, and try to utilize the resources. But this time I'm going to remove those and let the rest of the brood hatch. So it doesn't, because every time I do that, it takes time for that brood to hatch that I've moved up. And the stuff that they're laying in the bottom takes time for that to be capped, 3 weeks, right? Capped and hatched. So there is a little bit of a brood break happening there. But I'm not trying to diminish that colony. I'm trying to build it up with numbers. So ideally, by the end of the 3rd week, the whole bottom box has been laid out with brood and eggs, or the majority of it. They've moved their stores up because there's no room for them to store in the bottom because it's all laid up, right? And I was doing a reset of the box. The whole reason this whole Demarest thing came about for me was I went in that colony and they were packing so much pollen and stores in the bottom that the queen only had a space like this big to lay brood in. So I had
Little
this
baseball size area.
Yeah, I had a tennis ball size of cap brood.
Left her hanging, huh?
Pollen, and the rest of it was capped honey. So she didn't have anywhere to lay. She would have swarmed.
What would cause them to do something like that?
Just having a bunch of not enough room and a lot of nectar and stores coming in because they don't limit
too many resources and the queen not laying quick enough in that bottom box.
Well, when they start filling up with honey, she's not going to put anything in it. And when they start putting pollen in, she's not going to lay anything in it, right?
Okay.
They'll get honey bound and pollen bound.
Yep. So to keep her from swarming.
Okay, that makes it okay.
To keep her from swarming.
Once they put it in, they don't move it.
Yep. So once that happens, you got to give her room or they're going to swarm. So that's the whole thing. You're basically resetting the brood box. They've got all new foundation in the bottom, so they're going to draw up worker cell, right? And that's what you want. I have a bad habit of when I'm adding comb, I don't necessarily look at it, or I don't have my jacket or my eyes on, my glasses, to see, well, that's honeycomb, that's bigger diameter than the worker cell. And then they either make drones or they store nectar in it. And you got to make sure that queen's got enough room. So that's that was the whole thing with the Demeray. I was like, man, I need to figure out what to do. I actually messaged Mike Berry, didn't get a response. Messaged Cayman Reynolds. Cayman Reynolds did finally answer me back, but it was like 2 weeks later. I had already done the Demeray by that time because they weren't going to wait, right? So
he was editing your response. His response.
That Demeray is pretty cool, man. I was watching videos on that earlier tonight. Yeah.
So build your colony strength, isn't it? Make some queens, build your colony strength.
Yeah, you can get a bunch of sales out of it.
I'll tell you right now that my video doesn't do it justice like Black Mountain. He's a superb editor, right? He's got a playlist, which I really recommend for any new beekeeper. It's called My First Nucleus Colony. And it's a whole playlist. He goes every week. He takes a nuke and he builds it up. And it went from a nuke to a 10 frame. He actually requeened it because he had some chalk brood in there. And then it was so packed that he had to he did a preemptive Demeray to keep it from swarming. And then he explained that, so what's going to happen is this brood up top, they're full. They don't have anywhere to lay anything because that's why we're doing this, right? And then they start going down into the top honey super, the top of the two middle honey supers, and they start filling that full of honey and drawing it out. And then the bottom box is laying up a bunch of brood and resetting that. So you think about it. You've taken all the brood and moved it up top, right? It's already capped. So now she wouldn't have been able to lay. She would have had to take time off, right? Until something hatched to lay back in there. So now you're giving her a bottom box that she can go right to work with and start laying it up. So you're getting more brood frames over the time is the principle behind it. Yeah, I'll give you my number right here, man. I don't care who has my number. I can block you if I don't like it. It's write it down. Ready?
It's wild, man.
803-397-2576.
You're gonna get all kinds of spam now.
Calls about your car insurance.
Yeah,
Brian.
Hey, Brian.
I get
Brian, how's your family doing?
So many like potential fraud and potential spam things on here all the time. Anyway, it don't matter, dude. Every time you register for something online, they sell your shit to somebody else. And
right. Doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah. I just block them. Hey, Brian. Good to see you. Hope your uncle's doing well.
Yep. And bathrooms get plugged. Took one frame of brood from each, replaced with one empty. Head up for a good time call. 3 boys bees.
3 boys bees. That's funny. But yeah, I mean,
call Bob crazy. Walker bees.
I don't know how many times I go to film a YouTube video, and I've got in my mind, this is what I'm going to do. Right, this is what's going to happen in this video. This is what I'm trying to plan, and then you go out there, and you recognize a problem that you have to address like right now, and and then your whole video changes, or your camera shuts off and you end up getting squat for footage, or you go out there to film. I'm going to do splits and add these 10 queens in, and you guys get to follow me for the ride. I go in and get my gloves, and I come out and my bees are swarming. Now I can't do that video. Now it became oh shit, this is the video that's happening now, right?
Yeah.
So
Humbled again by the
The
bees.
funny part of that is like half the people watching your stuff is probably just watching to see how you're working your hive tool. Like so many videos I've watched have nothing to do with what they're doing. I watch how they're using their hive tool. I watch how they're moving their boxes. I try to pay attention to stuff other than what the title is.
Someone told me, and I don't think it was anybody here, but they're like, oh, never pick your frame up from the middle because you can roll the queen. And I said, well, thank you for the comment. I understand that, right? However, what they don't understand is I've got a GoPro in one hand, I've got a hive tool in the other hand.
Multitasking.
Or I have a frame that I've pulled out that now I'm taking another frame out to put that frame back in, right? So I am leaving room. I
normally take at least one outside frame, usually 2 outside frames. That way I got room to work in there.
I look for the one I can pull out the easiest. If it's in the middle, I'll pull that one out. That's what I'm going for. I don't, like I said, I don't watch to critique how they're working their hive tool, but I watch people to see what I can pick up, because a lot of times it's stuff that they do every day that they don't even know that they're doing that's working that somebody can pick up on. It's kind of like when I get asked, why are you doing that kind of a split? I always generally say, because I'm broke. You know what I mean? Like there's so many different ways to do it that it's literally tailored to how you want. It's the double screen divider board saves on a top and bottom until you have another one. It gives you that time. There's so many reasons for splits that I don't think people utilize. Like what's the cheapest way to do a split? What do you do a split with without any equipment? I try to do mine bare bones. Like if it's going to cost me extra, I'm going to debate on what that's going to be. To better my yard.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Whatever it takes, for the bees, really.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
It's not even for you, really. And this, if you think about it, it's not really about you. It's about the bees, because that's what we all got into beekeeping for, right? Is the preservation of the bees.
Well,
That's what I'm in it for.
beekeeping in itself is expensive.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
When you get started with, I mean,
beekeeping, I'd have to change that a little bit. Beekeeping ain't expensive. Extracting the honey out gets expensive.
Man, I'm still on a 2-frame extractor and a cold nut. Yeah. It's going into. I'm buying boxes. I'm not buying extracting them.
Well,
I did back. I got the Hive Butler, and I've had that thing for 3 years, and it is a champ. I take it out in the yards, I stack them up and put them in the back of the truck. I extract out of them. Those things are so useful. Like I just wish the screen in the bottom was an actual queen excluder, so I could use it as a shaker box as well.
What is the Hive Butler? Explain to me.
Oh man, it's the it's a tote that actually has the dividers for your frames to fit into, and it keeps them from jostling around while you move your honey boxes from one spot to the next, right? So like whenever I keep bees on other people's property, I try to do at least one extraction at their house so that they get the whole experience. They don't. None of them ever get into the bees with me, but I can share some experiences with them.
Right.
And that thing has allowed me to carry the extraction, carry brood. It's tubs, and they have a ventilated top on it. Yeah, that right there. But the lids on it, one of them.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, somebody had a video of that at the Hive Life conference. It looked pretty awesome.
Oh, it is. It's made out of the same material that the milk crates are in. It's all made in America.
Lee, can you post that up again?
What is it?
How's that? Yeah, let me check that out. Okay.
Yeah, so you put that one frame, and it comes with a frame with a screw on it, and then you're able to twist your frame that you're extracting from when you're cutting it. You can spin it over and then slice it on one side, spin it again, slice it again. It's divided in there, has partitions for your frames, so they're not bumping into each other and then opening up honey. When you're moving them in a box, I generally wedge them together so that they don't clang around, or I'll use an internal feeder, which is awesome, not even for feeding, but if you're transporting it, keeps those frames from moving. You could kill a queen, or bust honey and cause robbing, and I'm going to drop it and leave and seed in a week. So I don't want to bust any kind of honeys open. But that thing is so useful, and one lid is solid and the other lid is has holes in it so that you can use it to transport bees in. It's got a honey gate. Like, that thing is awesome. It's the most expensive piece of equipment I bought for my bees, but it's so versatile that I can use it on my live bees and not just extraction.
Hey, Dennis, you can this year, man, bring your boxes down here. We'll spin them out of my house. Let's bring you some buckets to load your honey in. I'm anxious. I spent a lot of money on extracting equipment this year.
Bob's ready to use his gear, huh?
Yeah, well, he just made the statement he has a 2-frame extractor. It took him an hour and a half to extract 8 frames. So
I do. It takes me all night.
And the more you get, the longer it takes, right? So,
right. You guys could do an extraction day where you guys go down to extraction.
Yeah, we'll make a video and drink some beers.
Yep, extraction and barbecue and beer. Yep.
And
let me know what time.
Yeah, say when, Bob.
Hey, we'll have a party, bro. How about that? We'll have an open party, and anybody that wants to come that watches this show is happy to drive down here. Now, I don't have room to put everybody up. You have to get a local hotel, but we can definitely have a cookout and extract some honey out.
Extraction.
I heard beer, man. I'm coming.
You coming? But
how many frames does yours do, Bob?
The new one?
Yeah.
It's a 30-frame extractor.
That's nice.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no doubt.
You better not be honey bound with that thing. You better not have one hive that's honey bound with that.
Well, no, and actually, I was, after my first year only having the 4 nukes that made it through winter, I didn't pull honey until December, January this time. All the excess honey that I left on them to make sure they made it through the winter, that's when I pulled it off and spun it out. But it was before I bought this equipment. It was my old one. So I've spent a lot of money on equipment this year. Not as much as Lee, but I've spent maybe because I bought my extractor and everything this year. That's the one I got right there.
Well, that's not too bad. Okay, $2,000. Okay, that's
nice.
It is. And
then but then I got the uncapping tank and the tabletop steam uncapper.
Tim says I have my 2-man military's tent I can stay in. The half shelters, the shelter halves.
Well, that's true. Hey,
that's too funny.
But it's I spent a bunch of money on equipment this year. I got that uncapping tank. It's 1,500 millimeters, which I guess is about 5 feet long. Lee's got that same one. The only thing I don't have is I don't have an unbottling tank yet.
Unbottling? You unbottling honey now?
Yeah, you know what I mean. I was thinking uncapping and bottling tank.
I love it.
That's the next thing. So, it's been a long day. Hey, Lee, don't take this the wrong way, but go fuck yourself. No,
there's my unbottler back there in the back.
Bob just came up with a new idea, an unbottler.
An unbottler.
Patent it, Bob.
Accent no drip valve for the bottler. That thing's really nice. I think Carter's Bees has a video of that.
The one drip valve?
It's a one
nice.
drip.
One drip, yeah.
Yeah. But do you know the price on those things?
Say like $200 or something, right?
$200, baby.
Just for the valve.
Now, if you buy the the $800 bottling tank, they'll give it to you for $150.
And that's just so your honey doesn't crystallize, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I use? A germination mat.
Really? the warming mat.
Yeah, and it works like a champ. I put it in the chest, dude, and I put my 5-gallon buckets in there. I put my jars in there. It keeps it within Texas temperatures, so I don't have to worry about it being too hot to kill any of the good stuff that you're hunting. Like a germination mat is the way to go.
A germination mat, you said, Boonsies?
Yeah, it's a mat, a warming mat for when you're germinating seeds. I was
Okay.
growing for a long time, and then switched over to bees whenever they showed up in my smoker. So I had to transition, and I was looking for something to keep it from decrystallizing. And I was like, man, that germination mat keeps it, within Texas temperatures, and I mean, like a champ.
I'll tell you something that you'll appreciate.
Okay, I see what it is. Okay.
Speaking of warming, how I ghetto warmed mine is I took 2 Walmart heating pads and bungee corded them to the side of the 5-gallon pail. Just put them on there and then wrap the bungees on it and lock them together.
I set a full 5-gallon bucket on that warming mat, and it'll decrystallize it in probably a day and a half, 2 days.
Well, the thing is, I typically don't let my honey sit inside of the. Usually I bottle it. As soon as I get it, I just bottle it all up, and then I've sold it. But I haven't had, like this year, I'll have 10 more honey producing colonies than I had last year. So my honey should exponentially grow if everything is warm and fuzzy in nature, right? And they've got the resources to pull from. It should be better. And I've got a little 4 or 8 frame extractor that's motorized that I'm actually going to send to Rich. Cool. Donate, help him get started. And
Thanks, man.
that thing is good, but my problem was I didn't have uncapping tank and all that, right? So every time you get this bottleneck, my bottleneck was if I had deep frames of honey, I could only uncap 4 at a time because I didn't have anything for them to sit in. So I'd have to uncap them and then put them over in the extractor right away. Then I'd have to wait.
That hive butler, you can uncap them, set it back into the hive butler, and then it has the you uncap on it, but you can set them in there, so all of your drips go back into the bottom too. I mean,
I like that thing. I was looking. I'm already sold on it.
Hey Lee, is there any other pictures of that uncapping tank with the trays and everything? Or was that
not
the only
that I
thing?
know of.
So with that uncapping tank, it's got 2 stainless steel grates on it, right? So when you use the tabletop uncapper, it's steamed. The blades are steamed, heated, and you slide your frame on it. The cappings fall down onto the stainless steel tray and drain into the bottom. And then you saw the valve comes out of the bottom as compared to on the side for a lot of them. And it 90s out. So that's the steam uncapper. It's still manual. So you do one side, flip the frame over, do the other side, but you're literally just sliding it across there and cutting them off. So, and then you can put those in the uncapping tank. But yeah, I mean, expense, right? That's the thing. So I've spent a lot of money this year. So I'm kind of at the end of my expenditure level right now.
Your expenditure expending.
Yeah. So the next thing I'm probably going to buy is a Lyson bottling tank and
unbottling tank.
An unbottling tank. Hey, Lee.
Telling you need to patent that, Bob. You need to patent that unbottler, man.
You seen Williams comment on that, huh?
I know.
Yeah, I do.
Bottle thing comes again.
Hey guys, I got to get off here, but I want thanks for letting me join with you guys. It was good talking to you. I enjoy your videos, man.
Hey,
See you,
we
Jim.
appreciate you, man. Come in Tuesday night, man. Stop in anytime.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Hey, you guys take care.
All right,
Take care,
man.
Jim. Have a
Have a
good
good
night,
one.
man. Good seeing you.
So I'm looking at the Lyson bottling tank that but I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just get a regular bottling tank that's not heated. And then Lee, if you're gonna buy it, just go ahead and get the heated one.
It says you can count your crop twice at least.
That's right. That's cheating. Just so that we're clear. So we'll see what happens this year. If I buy anything else, that's gonna be what I buy is the
I don't think we're gonna let you live that one down, Bob.
Yeah, I know. I'm just too old and tired.
You got to make a T-shirt that's your T-shirt.
We got to
That's
get him
gonna
a
be his
sticker
new
that's
nickname. His new
Well,
nickname, Bob the Unbottler.
Well, if you start taking in all the boxes, all the frames, all the unbottling stuff that I bought, the and then add on to that the fact that I had to wrap the porch for the honey house, and now I've got an electrician coming tomorrow to wire it up. It adds up,
Are you going to mount that? Are you going to mount that extractor to the floor or something and secure it real good?
Right now, when I just test ran it, it didn't wobble or vibrate or anything on the concrete floor.
Nice.
But it does have, that's one thing I liked about the extractor that I didn't know till it showed up, that it's got these rubber pads that you can put on the feet. Yeah.
Nice, nice.
And if that doesn't work, then I'll lift it up and put it on the pallet, bolt it back down to the pallet that it came on.
Yeah.
You can put it in the corner and put eye hooks in your studs. That way you can just strap it to your to the corner.
To the foundation, huh? To the wall. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
But it
Lex had his numbers. Probably catch this.
So, Three Boys B said, Boone, what does your bottling setup look like?
It's just my extractor.
Are you bottle straight out of the extractor?
Yeah. I'm that's it. Just raw dogging it. I bottle it straight out of the extractor. That's it will taste just as the frames vary. You know what I mean? How the taste of the frame will vary is how the taste of my honey will vary. Now,
how's your bloom up there right now, Chad?
I hadn't seen much of anything really.
No, okay, same here. I'm seeing some yellows on the side of the road. That's it. I saw some blue bonnet.
Smash that like button.
That little high.
I cheat. I smashed the like button on my own page over here. There you go. But the so you don't filter it or strain it or anything?
I run it through just the one colander, the typical strainer. Yeah, that's it. If you get a bee leg in it, that's what you get. I wish I didn't have to use soaps because I'm chemical free. So I consider soap to be the only chemical that I use. That's the most fascinating part to me is the fact that honey's set out there in the weather for months, all year round or whatever, and it's still good. So I really appreciate that fact. So I wish that I didn't have to use soap, but I do. But,
that's one thing I did with when I left the honey on there. People like, well, how do you have honey now? You're not supposed to pull it off now. It's supposed to be. I'm like, the bees are going to keep their hive at a certain temperature, which keeps the honey at a certain temperature.
Yeah.
And they keep it at a certain dehydrated level, plus it's capped.
Like you brought up that point that night. They're going to take care of it better.
They're probably assuming that you're treating too.
Well,
they probably assume that you're treating. Can't extract their honey because they're treating. So if you're not treating, you're pulling honey when nobody else is.
Well, I didn't treat with the honey supers on, so I did OA, but not with honey supers on. So
they just passed it where you can now.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm trying to go more treatment free, more chemical free. I understand. I'm trying to keep everything in check up until the season, like keep the mite count low, keep the beetles low, and let them do as much management as they can on their own.
Maybe a little more holistic approach to it.
Yeah,
not so much chemical free, but holistic. Like maybe there's something out there in nature we haven't quite figured out yet that is like really beneficial to the bees.
Now we're doing the peppermint, right? So
yeah.
I saw Lee that he was putting he was hesitant to put the shallows into the deeps.
Yeah.
If you put the shallow into the deep, they'll more than likely draw the brood comb on the bottom, and then you can just scrape that off as a mite control, and then feed it to your chickens.
Most time when they draw that comb on the bottom, I'd say 80% of the time it's going to be drone.
Yeah, so that's a mite treatment if you cut that out.
Yeah, I got 70 chickens in the back that would love it.
Yeah.
Well, I started actually, I don't know if it's a cheat or not, but I used to just keep my chicken run closed up all the time. But I started opening up and letting them, basically it's open right now. They just go and get on their roost when they're ready to roost.
It's weird. They know when to go back in their roost, man. My parents had chickens growing up, and it's weird when the sun starts going down because the raccoons start coming out, and they know it's time to go back in and roost.
Well, I'm hoping that they'll help with the hive beetles.
They will. They're good
They
mite
love
control.
getting under the hives.
Yeah.
But I see my ducks over there all the time. I don't see my chickens over there too much. So
ducks are good for fleas and ticks too, man.
So it's kind of one of those things. I know there's a very hard line between treatment-free people and people that use like OA and other stuff. I don't use any antibiotics or anything like that. It's a hard line, right? People either believe one way or the other. And I told the same thing to Bruce the other night. Look, I do the things I do because that's how I was taught to do them. Yeah. Doesn't mean there's other things that, that I can't learn, or a new way to do thing like the peppermint. And the peppermint, I'll tell you hands down right now, works. It works. It works. It works. Earl even told me today that Mike Berry sent him a message and told him that, when he first put it on there, he was seeing like 30 beetles in the colony. And then he said this last time, he said he may have had 10 to 15 beetles in the colony. So is it beetle free? No, but it's a 50% reduction of beetles, which allows the bees to control them by themselves more, right?
I've noticed that the population had more to do with the survival of the bees and the beetles than anything else. Like I haven't lost a hive to beetles. I'll say that. Like I might have split them too thin, and then the beetles can take over after that. But from what I've seen of the bees, the feral bees, they do a great job if there's enough of them to corral them up.
Well, in the Demaray, I put peppermints on every box before I did the Demaray. Every box had 4 peppermints, 1 in each corner, and they ate it. They ate all that down before I did the Demaray, and the Demaray gives them a lot of real estate, right, to cover. So there's not enough bees in there to cover all of that real estate, and there's still no beetles in there. I put oil traps in there, no beetles. I've got smaller, I've got single deeps that are packed with bees, and you can see some beetles in there until I put the peppermint in. And it's the weirdest thing because I made some peppermint patty. I made pollen patties with peppermint extract in them. And to get a peppermint patty, first of all, I had to see hive beetles in there because I wanted to get rid of them. That was the whole test. Would it work? And down here, there's a, I don't know if it's like this where you're at, but if you probably don't even put pollen sub on, so I understand. But if I put a pollen patty on there, they don't get a quarter of the way through, and it's got beetle larvae and beetle in it, and it's slimed out. The patty they lay in it. So with this peppermint patty, they got to where there's about a silver dollar size of patty left, maybe 50-cent piece, before any of the beetle larvae was in there. And once the beetle larvae was in there, I took it out. But I can go in that colony today. There's no beetles in there anymore at all. So the ones that I just put regular patties on, they didn't even get a quarter way through the patty, and it had beetle larvae and stuff in it. So I just pulled it out.
Was it too much patty you're giving them, maybe?
No, actually, I gave them a half-pound patty, and we're talking about a full single deep. I mean, I'm not talking about a weak nuke or something like that. It's a single deep, and giving them a half-pound patty. And I actually used a sandwich bag and used more of the Hive Alive thing where it was enclosed in the bag and just cut a hole in the bottom for them to eat out of.
I saw that. Yeah,
good idea.
And it worked. I mean, it worked. they're out of there. So
Man, I made my patties last year with I substituted the sugar to water ratio for as much honey as I could. So I put my own honey back into the patty mix,
Right.
and man, they ripped through it. Like that was surprising to me. But then I didn't do it this year though. I only fed bananas this year.
I saw that,
put,
Lee.
I put some bananas on there too, and it's the first time I ever put bananas on. That was at Rich's suggestion. Said his mentor uses bananas, and I put some banana on there, and some of the colonies devoured it, and some of the colonies it just got brown and dried out, and then stopped. And that could just be too much banana for the size of the colony as well. So.
Or other stuff coming in. Like I fed only bananas. I didn't feed any patties or any. I have one yard that I haven't fed anything to in 2 years, and except for bananas, and it seemed to do it. It did the trick because they survived. I didn't have any issues with it, but I have a few that will leave the rinds in there, but I tend to take as much of that off as I can.
Right. But yeah, it's so I'm definitely trying new things this year. The main thing for me is more than me pulling honey is them just making it to the next year and just make it to the next year, right? Because I don't want to be the guy that every year is having to buy bees to keep my honey customers happy. Matter of fact, my mentor told me when I bought my nukes from him, he said, "I'm not selling you another nuke ever. You've got bees now. You can make your own nukes." Which is true. You can. But I've kind of shifted because when I started, I was just pretty much doing nukes. I had a few 10-frame setups. I was just doing nukes because that's what he did.
Man, I'd stack them 4 high and pull honey off of them. It's crazy. Nukes are awesome. I can't remember which guy it was, but he said all your problems in a beehive can be solved by either putting them in a nuke or taking them out of a nuke. And I just took that to heart, and I really agree with it.
It's true.
I just got my first nuke box today and put it in my yard, man. Some 5-frame nuke box sitting out in my yard, man.
They prefer to go up and down
than
they do go wide, so.
I got the double deep support nuke. Is basically a 10-frame box, and they got it divided down the center, and it makes 4 frames on each side, and then it's got the deep on top, and then I've actually got 4-frame mediums that I can stack on that for honey supers.
I
bet that makes them grow fast too. Those 4 frames.
With Sleepy Creek apiaries, and he was talking about making a double screen divider board for the double nukes, and I was like, that's genius. Where you have your 2 nukes next to each other, then the double screen divider board fits 2 nukes as well, so you can pop them up on it.
I've seen people do that, but they've taken I don't know the method exactly, but where they're using 2 nukes on top of a 10-frame box or underneath them. Do you know that thing, Lee?
I think Ian does some of that. Ian Stepler.
But how do they set them up? I mean, what is it about?
It's the 10-frame box. They split it down, or the 2 nukes in the bottom. They nuke side by side. They put a queen excluder, and then they just start stacking supers.
So they let all the workers work together to pack honey away.
Yeah, the 2 queens can't get to each other, but all the workers, they'll just stack the honey in.
LaGrange. LaGrange. It was Earl's mentor that taught him that. His mentors, how they would get the peppermint, they used it as a food source. And after Christmas, they would go around door to door and gather up all the peppermint candies. And that's how they use it as a supplemental food source. And that's where it came down from, is passed down from his mentor, man. And his mentor is long and gone, I guess.
I suspect that the double nukes with the queen excluder on it and then the deep box on top, I suspect that that's really able to happen if you're grafting all of your stock as kin, like they're all sisters. So I think that has a lot to do with that. I'm not sure, but I only see people that are grafting queens, with the same lineage. that seems to work.
All right, so the 10 frame is divided in the middle.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one I have.
And so
No, it's 2 nukes on the bottom, and then just a queen excluder, and then it's an open 10 frame box on top. The worker bees share the upper portion, but I think if you're grafting, then all of your queens are kin, so it's like they're closer. Like for me, I'm dealing with open mated feral colonies, and if I switch boxes like they show to do, sometimes I can open that box up and I can watch them ball a queen. Like you're kind of rolling the dice with it. But I believe that if all of your queens are the same lineage, like if you're grafting, that they probably wouldn't have any problems with each other. That's when they're talking about they can pick a queen up and then move it and put it in another hive and swap them around, and they swap them 100 times and 100 times it works. I think that's because they're all being grafted from the same lineage. So they're all
similar pheromones and similar everything.
I would guess, because I tried to do the box swap to adjust the populations, and that doesn't necessarily work all the time. Like I'm fearful of moving boxes in the other spots, because they tend to treat that like robbers, even though they're carrying food. Like it's kind of weird.
I haven't tried it yet. I mean, I think it would be interesting to try. The only reason I got that double deep support nuke, I mean, as far as support, basically, if one of my other hives is weak, I can pull a frame of brood or whatever I need out of it without diminishing one of my production hives.
Yeah, resource. I'm a big fan of that. Like, make a split somewhere and just keep pulling out of it or putting into it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
Hold up real quick. There's a troll in here. Hey, guy. Hey, we don't care that you're an adult film star, okay? We don't care about that. All right. If you want to talk bees, that's cool, but we don't care about what you did in your past life. Don't talk about that stuff here, okay?
Yeah, then it shows Lee blocked him.
Because
he was on my channel and I blocked him. Yeah, now he's on yours.
Peter North here, old adult film star.
Right.
Yeah, I said he's Peter North here, old adult film star. I didn't do anything wrong. That old Lee needs to get laid. Thanks, Peter North. Okay, whoever you are, Peter North, we don't want you here if you're going to act that way.
But now he's blocked on my channel. There you go.
Yeah, jeez.
Oh, it says timed. Oh, you timed him out and I blocked him. All right.
Yeah, you have. I can only time him out. You got to block him.
We laid a smack down on his Rudy Poo candy ass.
Yeah, if you want to come talk about bees, that's fine. But we don't need
all that. Yeah, we don't need all that, man.
He just got Chris Rock, bitch.
They got Chris Rock.
No joke.
Oh man. Oh dude. Come on, man.
Undoubtedly, we're doing something right. We're doing good enough. The trolls are coming in.
The trolls are coming in. That's right, man. It's it's amazing how long we could sit and just talk about bees, right? It's so fascinating. Every night, it's like every night we go live, we'll have people in here 15, 20, 25, however many, and just talk about bees, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and it doesn't get boring. And we have little comedic breaks, so it's pretty cool.
I'm still hung up on
link in here again if anybody wants to click on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hop. Somebody wants to hop in. This was a big step for me to even do this. Like, I'm totally against any kind of technology. So, like I said, I even just to tell Mike thanks is the only reason I even opened up an account. Like to tell a few folks appreciate what they're doing.
But that's cool that you're here with us, Chad.
Thing, but I mean, I think getting points, it could be a good thing too.
Yeah, Chad's up in my neck of the woods, guys. Chad's not far from where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah, we talked about that before you had joined in. We were talking about we weren't far away from each other.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if my mentor's yards and your yards are probably not far from each other, man.
Well, he'd probably be a mite bomb,
man. Oh man, that's too funny.
I internally feed, so I don't sweat it.
Yes, he told me that.
I used to use the internal frame feeder, but I just found that it was taking up 2 of my frames out there. So I done away with the frame feeders, and I started with the 1 gallon buckets with a migratory lid on top.
You know what my mentor told me, Lee? Said just put it right on top of your frames, man. He said take your feeder, just put it right on top of your frames. Don't even sweat putting like a top board on it or anything. Put your top board above your feeder.
Yeah,
with my telescoping covers, I did put a jar inside before on the frames, put another box, and then cover it. But now I'm running migratory covers, so I'm doing away with the inner covers also.
Well, y'all watch my mentor's videos on South Carolina Happy Bees. He'll open up a colony. You might see a black label plastic alcohol bottle that he's cut the top out of and put his 1-to-1 in there and just put pine straw in it so they can get in it and get to it. He's indiscriminate, man. He cuts the bottoms off buckets, whatever he's got to hold syrup, he'll put it in there.
Your guy will, Bob? Your mentor?
Yeah. He don't, man. He's old school. He don't. Hey,
all resourceful, huh?
Yeah. He ain't buying nothing. He'll spend extra time and money making something that he could buy cheaper just because he's going to.
Just because he can make it cheaper?
Yeah, he can just make it. I was laughing. I love the man, honestly, I do. But I'll go over there and he's got You think I got boxes? I ain't got boxes compared to this dude. He's got boxes everywhere. 10 frame, 8 frame. And it's like, hey, what are you going to do with that, Mr. Sam? I don't know. I might use it someday. It's just boxes everywhere. And it's like, well, I don't use 10 frames anymore. He's got horizontal hives and top bar hives and everything sitting out there. Yeah, I tried that once. And, just gave up, but it's still sitting there.
I'm trying to build my boxes up.
That's the misconception. That's the one kind of like the one thing that I underestimated. My first, or I still do, is the amount of boxes required for them.
Yeah,
endless, pretty much.
Well,
it's almost like you can never have enough boxes for the bees.
I go like I try. At least 3 deep.
That's why I bought so many this year. So my first year, I didn't get going like I thought I would, right? So I had extra equipment going into my second year, but by halfway through in the honey flow, I'm running to the supply house to try to get more boxes, and then I'm finding myself out there building boxes, painting them, doing all that stuff, and I'm crisis managing, right? And this year, now I got the boxes, and I'm worried, are they going to be able to fill up the number of boxes that I've got? So
they do that on their own. That's the one thing they do.
So it's this year I bought 25 deeps. I bought 50 supers. In addition, I already had some, but now I've got 50 more. And the frames to go along with it and everything. So we'll see, man. By the end of the year, if that stack hasn't diminished, I'm going to be sick that I spent the extra money this year,
There's probably still not enough boxes, too.
That's why you're doing what you're doing, because it takes 6 boxes to do your splits. The split you're doing? Demeray?
On the Demeray, but that was more of a trial on YouTube. Right? So I need content. But we'll see what happens with it. If it works, man, I'll do it all the time,
I'm going to bring this video back in that you like too, Bob. When you end up with a hive like this, you need the extra boxes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what mine. About four deets is what I'll between 3 or 4 deets is what I'll average. They'll hit 4 if I don't use a queen excluder.
Do you use any mediums or
no?
Just all the
all same. I want everything to be the same because I'm broke.
It's easier to interchange your equipment that way, and I would like to run deeps, but I have a bad back, so the weight tears me up. So
I'm doing like you are, Lee. I'm gonna run.
They're mediums.
Yep,
I'm
gonna run
lifters like Mike has.
Yeah,
them things are like $600.
Oh, that's nothing to Lee.
I think they're more than that. I looked it up one time. I don't remember exactly what they were though.
See, Dennis says we're gonna have a good year, and I'm with you there, Dennis, because I think once spring kicks off.
Well, I think
it's my first year too, but I think spring's gonna kick ass this year once everything pops out.
Well, last year horrible here.
For me, it's more of self-doubt that I didn't mess something up early in the year that's going to set them back, right? Like taking a queen out of a colony that was double deep with 2 mediums on it and shaking and putting her in a split like a dumbass, and stuff like that. That now I've split them into 2 colonies. They're getting brand new queens. It could be that I get double the honey because now I've got 2 queens working, or it could be that I just shit my britches. It's just one. You know what I mean? So you just don't know until it happens.
Part of what's going to help you on that, though, like you said, you moving a bunch of them back down to single brood boxes. Yeah, they're going to build up fast, and then you'll start stacking supers.
And now, because I've got all those queens today, that I made all those splits in the nuke boxes, and I've got resources. If one of the queens dies, I just go over there, get a queen cager, and put her in there, and there's no lag. And then I'll let that nuke requeen itself, right?
Yeah.
And my honey production doesn't suffer from it, but I have the resources on the side.
The one thing I noticed, this spring, some of my hives from last year, I left a medium on with honey. Some of them I didn't. Because, it wasn't quite all the way full, so I didn't want to pull it. I figured I'd just let them have that. But I noticed early this spring, the ones that had that extra medium on there that had honey left over, they're much stronger colonies versus the one that didn't have that medium on.
Yeah, I
the ones without, they're a lot weaker.
All right, so LaGrange, I see what you say. It's $1,450.
Yep.
I think somebody pulled up one time how much Cayman makes off of YouTube revenue.
I think that was
Earl. I think it was like 75 grand just from YouTube revenue, right? Now you take in the fact that he sells queens, and anybody that goes to Man Lake and gets totes full of Pro Sweet pumped in, they've got some money. I can't do that. First of all, they're too far away for me to even think about getting Pro Sweet, and I don't have 75 grand coming off YouTube. If I'm lucky, I might get $30 a month.
Hey, speak of the devil we were just talking about, look down in there in that waiting room.
Earl.
Hey, Billy.
What's up? How y'all doing?
Hey, now you need to get a sound bite of dueling banjos. So when he comes in, we hear ding, 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 ding. So we'll have this kind of set up like the WWE. Whenever somebody comes in, they have like their entrance music that comes in.
Why did it have to be the Deliverance song? Why couldn't it been like, the song Dooley?
The what?
It could have been that song Dooley, by the Dealers instead of the Deliverance song.
You gonna squeal like a pig, boy?
You mighty cute in them jeans, boy.
I'm gonna find a soundbite. That'll be Earl's new intro song. We're gonna have the pig squealing.
Squeal like a pig. All right.
Oh man.
So hey, Earl, how's it going, buddy?
So what do you guys
Insomnia.
Insomnia.
Happens to the best of us, man.
I slept all day.
No, you didn't. I talked to you like 3 times.
Yeah, but I slept a bunch.
I said, might be like me. You call and wake up whenever I'm at work.
Yeah. Lee's the only person you can call while he's in a crane, and he sounds like you just woke him up because you did just wake him up.
That's how you get paid, ain't it, Lee?
Oh, heck yeah. They know whenever they need something, all they got to do is either tap on door or over all that noise, I can hear them holler my name, and I'm wide awake, ready to go.
Has anyone ever used Man Lake Swarm Lure, the spray one?
Mm-mm.
No, I've used Swarm Commander. I used it today in a video.
I just lemongrass.
Well, I'll tell you what about today. What was pretty amazing is I sprayed one shot on the, they were just, the swarm was just flying. They hadn't landed anywhere. I sprayed one shot on a 5-gallon swarm bucket that I had, and set it down on a bottom board that I had stacked up, and all the bees broke their swarm and landed right there. They didn't go in the trap, but they did land right there where I had sprayed it, including the queen. And I was able to take that bottom board and just bang it in a box and knock all the bees in, and they came right in.
what's that? Mr. Ed does tinging.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
That's what I told Bob when he was doing a live today. I said, get your pot and spoon and bang them together.
Yeah.
My papa used to do that, man. They would load up beehives in the back of the truck and then follow the swarm tanging like crazy. They swore by it, him and Muncie Mullins. It's crazy, but they did it.
Earl, I love you, man. You throw out these country boy names.
You mean Muncie and Earl ain't common?
And what was the name of your mentor?
Casby Coleman.
There you go. Well, I backed you up again. Hey, tell us what Mike sent you about the peppermint.
Oh yeah. He texted that he tried the full round of peppermint and instead of seeing the 30 and 60 beetles, he saw 15 his last inspection. So he was pretty tickled about that. So.
And it'll drop more.
Oh yeah, but he said he ran out because he likes to eat them.
How high up in elevation Earl, how high up in elevation do you collect sourwood?
Oh, we're up about anywhere 1,900, 1,800, 2,000 feet average, I guess. It likes the top of the mountains where it's poor soil, quick drainage. Hey, God bless you, Thomas, honey, Rich. Good. God bless, brother.
You can get Swarm Commander from Blythewood Bee Company. They actually make it. Hey, Rich, we'll see you later, bud. You can get it from Blythewood Bee Company. They're the actual creators of it, but just about any supply place carries Swarm Commander, don't they? Blue Sky, most of them do carry it.
They've even come out with a smaller bottle this year instead of the big bottle like Lee was showing. They've got like a 1995. There it is. Yeah, they got like a 1995 bottle now.
And then you can get those
the 1 ounce bottle.
You can get those Swarm lures like I sent you for about $13.
Those are awesome, man. Those are awesome. I got 2 left.
The Swarm Commander also has the gel too.
I haven't tried the gel.
They got a gel you could put it on the bottom bar in the back of your swarm trap.
Well, I was amazed with what happened tonight with the spray, and they just broke their swarm and they all collaborated right there on the box that I had sprayed it on. And
I got a little bit left in my spray bottle. I'm thinking about melting a little block of wax and pouring it in it and stirring it together, and then like have that wax in my pocket so I can like treat.
They actually have a beeswax swarm lure that's actually on a string that has the Swarm Commander in it. So that
it's like a little bee.
Yeah, their logo. It almost looks like a car air freshener. I wouldn't put it in my truck, but but I think you just tape that string into the side of your trap, in the back of your trap, and it is supposed to be long lasting.
Check it out. I can go through a brick wall, man.
Just ran through the brick wall.
I can go right through one.
So yeah, it's pretty good stuff. I mean, I've used lemongrass too, and yeah, that stuff right there. That's $12.95 too. So it's the same as the little lures.
Imagine if you hung that around somebody's rearview mirror and they like came back out of Walmart with a swarm.
Yeah, they had it cracked. Their car's full of bees.
Mm-hmm. That'd be fun.
Like last year, I picked up 8 nukes last year. I got a little Nissan Rogue, a small SUV. Had the back seats folded down. Had 8 nukes in the back seat with me. About 2 dozen of them flying free while I'm driving.
Woo.
As long as you don't swat them, they wasn't bad. They would landed on my arm, on my face. Don't swat, and they calm.
It's beekeeping is kind of, we were talking about like some of the stuff that was happening today for me, Earl, and seems like every time I go out to do a video, I've got one thing in mind I want to do, and the bees are like, "Nah, we're not going to film that today. We're going to film this. We're gonna swarm on you." Literally, I filmed the intro of the video this evening.
But we were just talking before you pulled in about catching a swarm, and then as soon as you pull in and go out there, you catch one. I thought that was super cool.
Yeah.
Man.
And literally, when I pulled in, I was talking to you, and I went in there and got my bee suit on, brought the cameras out, filmed my little intro. I forgot my gloves. So I went back. I literally just had to open the back door. My gloves were right there on my boxes of frames, right? So I grabbed them, came back out, and there's a swarm happening. I mean, it was just that quick.
Well, they smelt all those new queens you brought in and got scared and thought they were going to try to run.
They all thought they were getting fired. That's what it was.
Replaced.
You want to get some weird looks, LaGrange? Just drive down the road with your bee suit on.
Right. That's
might have to try that just for the heck of
it. They look at you funny. People's just like, "What in the world?"
Hey, at least we all know we're going to be like Halloween. The cheapest costume ever. You already got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking on selling nukes, especially if I can get them from this place down here.
Yeah.
So if anybody's interested in getting a bunch of nukes, I might start a list.
Oh, I'm interested. Just my pocketbook ain't going to allow it for the time being. I got to get some cashola.
Right. Well, that's always the case, right?
I need to work more overtime.
I need to
My wife needs to work more overtime.
Your wife needs to work more overtime.
Mine actually ain't home tonight. She just texted me a minute ago. She went to go visit my sister, and they're going to hang out tonight together, watch movies.
I got to start Ubering to pay for my bees. Which, believe it or not, people think it's funny when they get picked up in a pickup truck for Uber, and they like it. That's the thing. Oh, we've never been picked up in a truck with Uber. Oh, would you like? I know you wouldn't be able to tell it, but I'm like a hip hop head. I like hip hop music, right? So I've got a sub in my truck. I've got it rigged up, right? So and we're a college town, so a lot of the college students Uber. So I'll be pounding the sub in the back, and it's just like they're like, "Hell yeah, it's the best Uber ever." Kid, throw me a tip. Well, we love tips.
You ever get put down for not being more green?
Green? Hell no. I got an EcoBoost. This 2.7 liter, and it shuts off at stoplights. That's as green as it gets for a pickup truck.
Hey, man, those things are powerful. You do not underestimate an EcoBoost Ford because they'll tear the earth up.
It's like 325 horsepower or something. But,
I had one for a company truck, man, and it would fly.
With the, but in all seriousness, it's not seriousness, but I picked up somebody on an Uber ride, right? It was two girls and a guy, and I took them. They were graduating from the University of South Carolina. I carried them to this micro brew pub. They were, meeting some people for a graduation party. And you know how your phone gets in proximity of somebody and it shares information, right? So I get home and I come onto YouTube, and it turns out one of the girls in the truck that I took on an Uber had like 100,000 subscribers on her YouTube channel.
Score.
Yeah. I was like, I tried to, hey, you were in my Uber tonight. Give me a shout out on my YouTube channel. It didn't work, but it was like tried. We tried.
I would be a good Uber driver.
No.
Do what?
I said the worst thing they can do is say no.
Yeah, well, they didn't say anything. I only had, 1,300 subs, 1,200 subs, or something like that. I was menial, right?
If I was an Uber driver, I would love to get them about halfway down the road and then start talking with slurred speech. Just like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Oh, dude, this is a college town. Everybody I pick up at night has got slurred speech.
They'd probably understand you better.
No doubt.
I came close one night on New Year's Eve, man. I had one girl. I'm like, when I stopped, the first thing I said, none of y'all are going to puke in my truck, right? It's not going to happen, because if it's going to happen, if you even feel like you might, we're just cancel this right now because you're not throwing up in my truck.
Get one of those strings for like the buses they can pull.
Oh, well, see, I've got the extended cab truck, So it doesn't have the full back doors, right? You got to open them. You got to hop out of the front and open the back. And the girl happened to be sitting behind me. She's like, I think I'm going to get sick. I was like, to the side, popped the back door open. She got out. She didn't make it to the front of my truck.
He said, I ain't trying to clean up no puke tonight.
Yeah, I went.
Get the puke bags like for the airports.
Like the airport.
Put them in the back.
Yeah, they had to go.
Wear your bee suit and put an empty box beside of you. Pick them up.
Right. Be my luck. It just like filter the chunks out, but I'd still get wet through the face. Okay, we're too off topic now.
Yeah, we're getting a little off there. Gotta have a little fun.
I brought the bees back into it a little bit.
Hey, Dennis, I used to build my own equipment when I first started till plywood got to $50 a sheet. Then that went out the window.
I work in construction, so I get to use scraps. So I find scraps and cut them down.
That's good. You just save them from the burn barrel then.
Yeah.
I salvage scraps myself.
Yeah, repurpose.
And
buddy of mine cuts wood for Gibson, and so I go down there and get all his curly maple scraps and build things out of it. I love it. You have to do a lot of gluing to get the big pieces you want, but still, it makes some pretty stuff. You'll be seeing some things I built pretty soon from somebody pretty cool, but it'll probably be about a week or two.
I built my bee vac. That was the last thing I built was my bee vac, and I used the kind of like Mr. Ed has with the divider that you pull out.
Right.
And so I repurposed a screen bottom board so that where you have the where you can slide your what is that, paraplastic or whatever it is that you can put in there. I used that with the with holes drilled in for the screen so that it would slide back and forth. I'll show it in a video, but it's a Frankenstein one that I built, but it works perfect.
Awesome.
As long as it works, that's all that you need.
I'll tell you what I did at first. I was trying some things out, right? And people gave me so much shit over it. I really never use. I do use them actually on my porch for my empty boxes. But what I did is I took the privacy fence boards and cut them down and was making migratory covers with them. And people were giving me, well, that's treated. It's got chemicals in it and it's bad for the bees. And I said, okay. I think I built it for like $2. You know what I mean? By the time you cut down one of them, is like $2 to build the migratory cover. I ended up using it since people were complaining about it having the chemicals to keep bugs and stuff out of it. That I started using them when I had empty boxes of frames. I'd put one on the bottom and one on the top to deter any bugs from getting into the empty supers and stuff that I had stored. So
you could make swarm traps out of it because you don't keep the bees in there for very long.
Yeah.
Right.
I was about to say, I mean, honestly, how bad could it be? Because I have treated wood outside, and them carpenter bees, they burrow into it, eat it out, and they make a home in there.
Well, then you think about it when people start talking about it, and about what you can keep and put on in your bees and everything. But when you get feral colonies and you watch people do cutouts and they're like in walls and in this and that, they're eating fiberglass, to get it out of the way. I'm like, really? You're going to get on me about using treated boards?
They eat the insulation and everything out to make a nice cavity for themselves.
So,
but on the subject of the bee vac, I thought about building one kind of like Mr. Ed has, but some places I go don't have electricity, so I ended up investing in the everything bee vac.
Oh yeah,
operated, and it's worked good.
I've got my own design. I ain't built it yet, but I'm wanting to build it coming up pretty soon.
You have to do a video on that.
Well,
those suitcases that you grab the handle and then the wheels.
Right.
I'm gonna put wheels on it in one of those handles, and it's gonna be a passive vac instead of a straight suction vac.
Okay.
Well, you could get for that, Lee. You could just went to a truck stop and bought a power inverter and mounted that in your vehicle.
Yeah. Well, I got a 750 watt inverter I use whenever I go to some of my yards for the my vaporizer. But I just figured, I mean, working, trying to get up under a building, I don't want to be dragging extension cords, be in the middle of vacuuming, something come unplugged.
Right.
So I just went with everything be vacuum.
Was
I've
that
been
solar
happy with
powered
it.
or something? How's that?
It's got a rechargeable battery in it.
Oh, okay.
And basically, I've done full removals with it and left it running for several hours on real low after the removal. That way it circulates air over until I get onto the hive.
Gotcha.
And done 2 full removals and still had battery left.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't done enough removals like that. That my wife's spraying canned air. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm live.
Run.
The
I'm sorry.
Taking a rip.
She says, "I'm sorry." Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
the
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, that everything BVAC, it ain't the cheapest, but for what you get, I think it was worth it.
The everything BVAC, is that the one with the yellow?
Yeah, looks like a kind of like a 7-gallon bucket.
I haven't done enough cutouts and removals to warrant buying one.
Mine's
That's why I'm going to make one.
properties.
Do what?
I keep my bee yards are on other people's properties, so I got a bee vac because I don't want to swarm to end up, somewhere I can't get it. So I have to be able to.
$370.
Yep.
I watched that dude's
I've been
videos.
happy with it. It works.
This is what Lee does with his money. Just lights it on fire. Burning
Like I said before, whenever I put it in my head, I'm going to get into a new hobby, I go head first with it.
All or nothing.
I have all the way in.
Yeah, I think you and I are afflicted with that same disease.
Yeah. The good thing is, my old lady, and she calls me her old man, so it's no disrespect, but anyway, my old lady, I'll tell her I'm going to buy something. She's like, you don't have to tell me. She said, if you want it, get it. I said, well, I'm just letting you know I'm getting it.
Well,
Okay,
I told you what my wife said when we started, like this year when I sold the honey and she saw the knot of cash that I had from people just showing up. All of a sudden, she was like,
she turned Bob off.
She's like, why don't we just go ahead and buy that the $40,000 extracting line? I'm like, no, not gonna happen.
So you had the customers come to your house?
Oh yeah, they drive up, man. I thought the sheriff's department would show up thinking I was slinging crack outside. There were so many people lining up in the front yard.
The only thing, Bob, you probably should have took her up on that offer because it might not ever come around again.
Yeah, well, yeah, that thing right there. That's like a beekeeper's wet dream. But it's got everything. Everything. Automatic uncapper. It's got the
wax extruder.
The wax extruder on the bottom. I think that's a 40 frame extractor on it too. If I'm not mistaken. 30 or 40. I think it's a 40.
40 frame.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, you can spend as much money as you want in beekeeping. That's a fact.
Or more than you want.
Oh yeah, definitely more than I want to spend.
I don't even look at that stuff. I can't afford it, so I don't look at it.
Well,
I'm busy sitting at the HEB selling honey with no labels.
Okay, Texas Beekeeper said, how many colonies are y'all wanting to get up to?
Eventually, somewhere between 100 and 150, just doing it by myself.
My goal was originally 50 here because I don't have any out yards, right? So 50 here, and then I'm going to start hopefully selling nukes and stuff like that to keep my population regulated.
I got to put them.
What's that?
I wouldn't mind getting up to about 10.
I got to find places to put them first. I'm at 20 now, and that scares me. If I start making splits, I'm knocking on 50's door. So I'm like, oh, man. What I do is I organically find people that will let me put bees on their property, and then I test their tolerance.
Yeah. All of my
cover them up with bees until they say, hey.
I think we got enough now.
My other 3 out yards that I have, I've found through the farmers market. Whenever I go down there selling my honey, I've had a lot of people, hey, you ever looking for a place to put it? I said, yeah. So, hey, give me their number. I go check it out. If everything looks good, they got room because I don't want it right up on their house.
Yeah.
And if everything looked good, I tell them, look, I'll put so many colonies there this year. If everything works out good for you and for me, if you're interested, I can put more next year there.
All right. So I don't know if it's true or not. I was told or read somewhere that a colony, a good colony, a strong colony would average around 100 pounds of honey. Right.
Yeah, easy.
So 50 would give me
That's a standard average, Bob. I mean, it's not unheard of to pull 250 off of them either. So,
well,
right.
100 is what, one deep. You know what I mean? That's just one deep box is what, 90 pounds or 80 pounds, close to it.
Right. So if you get 200 colonies, that's 20,000 pounds of honey, or $200,000 if you have the market to sell your honey.
If there's that much flora around, you know, for you to do that in one spot, you know, you'd have to be spreading it out.
Yeah, just what LaGrange was saying, that they want about 200. So my thing is, it's funny because across the street from me is subdivisions. On my side of the road, there's houses with woods around them, right? Which is like mine. And they're starting to build subdivisions up the road. So a lot of our foliage and stuff is being cleared out for these subdivisions. So that's kind of where I'm at here, is that I'm getting to the point to where more colonies won't necessarily mean more honey. It'll mean more colonies making less honey each. So that's why I'm starting to look, and
then you'd have more feeding in the wintertime, possibly.
Yeah. So I do have one buddy who said that I can bring some out there, and he's out in the country. So we'll see what happens. But I'll have to go out there. We'll have to saw down scrub oaks and stuff to clear off enough room to put colonies and stuff like that, because his is wooded. And so that's a lot of work, you know. And he don't want to keep the bees. He wants me to keep the bees. So
that's my goal. I'm hoping to eventually do 1 yard for nothing but nukes and queens.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, did he freeze?
Yeah, it looks like he froze there.
All right, so maybe he'll unfreeze in a second. There he goes. You back? What were you saying, Boone?
Oh, I would love to sell bees and not have to mess with the honey.
Right. It's down here. It's kind of funny because where I'm at, there's not too many places to get bees and queens. I mean, even me, I had to go an hour and 10 minutes away to get queens. So there's a market here to sell them locally. It's just getting to that point to where you have the time to sit there and graft it out, the trial and error, you know, and stuff like that to sell them. Yeah. It's
that. I mean, you got to work out a schedule with yourself, because you're going to have a certain amount of time spent working on nukes. Then you got time spent working on queens, and then you're trying to extract honey, make splits. I mean, it adds up. Keep you busy.
Especially if you're one person, right? I don't have anybody helping or anything like that.
And if you still have a regular job too.
Yeah.
I'm hoping, now like I said, this is a hope, another 2 or 3 years in the plants and I'm done. I go to my bees full time.
Well, the thing is here, I'm in a unique situation for most people, because this house, I moved back here because my mother has Alzheimer's, right? So this house is paid for, I have no bills other than my truck and, you know, a little bit of bills. So I don't need to make a huge amount of money to cover my monthly expenses. But when you start talking about, you know, having all these different expenses and stuff, and trying to do this and still having to work full time and all that. I can go Uber a few nights a week and make enough money to do it. Now I haven't since I left the bread company. I will say that I haven't gone and Ubered, but I have wrapped a honey house. So, there's definitely. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's what I told Renee. That I mean, even if I do leave the plants, I'm going to keep my crane license up to date. That way, hey, for some odd reason, I might just want to go hit a turnaround. But then there might be a reason, hey, something happens and I need to make that extra money.
Right.
I mean, the only thing we have is utilities and car insurance. Other than that, everything we own is paid for.
Right. I just wish I could get my son interested in it. If I can get my son interested in it, yeah, I saw the eyebrow lift. Yeah, it's like,
I can't. That's the hardest thing in the world is to get somebody to go beekeeping with me. I would never ever think that would be my problem, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I just knew my kids were going to love it. Sorry, Lee. Go ahead.
I'm the only one that does it here. My daughter, she calls them flying demons. She won't go nowhere near them. Boys really ain't interested in it. And my old lady, she'll go feed the chickens, but she will not go past the chicken pen by the bees.
Well, even if they don't want to go out to the bees, put a damn sticker on the jar. You know what I mean?
Well, Renee,
help me brother out.
Do some labeling and bottling every now and then.
Yeah.
In fact, I got to bottle some here in just a little while for the farmers market tomorrow.
So yeah, my bottles didn't show up today, by the way.
Oh, they didn't come?
No, I didn't get the overnight turnaround that you did.
Nah.
But my shipping wasn't as expensive as yours either. So,
and you're a lot closer too, so I figured they'd show up pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. I thought they would, but they didn't. So I've got what I've got. So when they come this weekend to buy honey, once that's done, they'll wait to the next post on Facebook.
I use mason jars. I'm still on the mason jar. I won't put them in plastic jars anymore.
Well, I was on the mason jar, but the mason jar, I couldn't put a pretty little label on it, because most of them have writing on it. Yeah, and then that was another thing. When I did this, most people were like, if I was going to a farmer's market like Lee, this is mandatory by the state, right?
Yeah.
However, to sell out of my driveway and people come up, they don't care. Matter of fact, I told a couple people, I'm like, I've got some, but I don't have them labeled yet. They're like, I don't care about no label,
The only thing I found on that, my daughter would stop by and get some for her friends or her friends' parents. And she's like, just give me the jar. I ain't worried. I said, no, I want to put a label on there because one of their friends may come over and see the honey and want to know where they got it from.
And contact you to get some more.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is with the like you see this, I mean, this is in mason jar. It's what I had left right before my bottles came in. I used to do this until I figured out that these were 16 fluid ounces and I was selling my honey too cheap. And I figured that math out after I gave away too much money. And
giving away a half a pound every time. Oh.
But even the mason jars, I mean, if Walmart sometimes has them for like 80 cents a piece, but they've gone up in price as well. So Lee and I went into the whole we went overboard again and bought bottles and caps, and the bottles ended up being like 30 cents a piece, the plastic ones.
But when they crystallize, though, they're stuck in the plastic bottle, and the people can't get it out.
I have a refrigerator or an old freezer that don't work, and I drilled a hole into it and put a warming light in there with a temperature controller, and the light will kick on, warm it to a certain temperature, and it'll kick off at another temperature to keep them decrystallized.
Well,
like the honey straws, like that won't fly here in Austin. Like if it's not green, you go home.
Really?
Yeah, if it's plastic, you just lost 2/3 of the people you're going to sell to.
Dang.
Well, the thing
People
was,
like that.
I have about half and half here. Some of them, they prefer the plastic because it's a squeeze. And then the other half, they want the glass. And it's generally the older people that want the glass.
well, I like these. I prefer these, but okay. So a pound of honey, whether it's in glass or a pound of honey that's in plastic, I can only sell it for a certain amount, right? I can only sell it for $10 a pound here, or you're going to price yourself out. So $10 for one of these cost me $1.80 for this, or 80 cents when I was buying the bottles on Amazon.
So I go to the resale shops, and I get, like, often they'll sell glass for you get 20 glass items for 10 cents a piece or whatever, and then that's when we get our mason jars.
That ain't bad.
Yeah, we're gonna reuse everything we got. My biggest problem is selling to people who don't want to bring the jar back.
Right.
Because I'm in HEB, so they're strangers.
Well, I thought about that as well. Like, people coming up, I thought about doing it, like just taking the tank out, right, and say, bring your jar. And if they bring a pint, how much it's going to be when you fill it up. So if they bring a quart, you know what that's going to be, or a 1 pound jar. And that way they bring their own glass. You fill it up and just charge them for the weight.
Yeah, or do like a rebate where they get $1 off if they bring the glass back or something. I thought about it like that.
Bring your own jar. We'll fill it up and give it right back to you.
Yeah.
And, that's that. I think that would work.
You have to be careful, though.
Here, I'm going to show you. Go ahead, Earl.
You don't know when sometimes they'll eat the honey out of it, and then they'll be like, oh, I'm going to put something nasty in it, like gas or something. You know what I mean? And then they bring that back to you to clean up. You're like, what in the world have you done with this jar? That would be one thing that would scare me about that.
If you bring me a jar, I'm just going to put honey in it and give it right back to you. If you're bringing me a dirty jar, you're going to have dirty honey. It's your jar. Matter of fact, I would take the whole 5-gallon pail with the gate valve on it and take it out to the back of my truck and let them bring the jar out, tap it open for them.
I've been tempted to do that at the HEB parking lot, but I already do it with the jars. But I was tempted to do that.
We got a big event coming the 23rd of this month in Gonzales, Louisiana. It's a crawfish festival, and I'm one of the vendors there, and I'm going to bring some of my honey that's already bottled up, but I'm also bringing my bottler and my scale, and I can bottle some there on site.
I tell you, it better be.
Check this out. Two Hives Honey here in Austin. They actually sell their honey while it's crystallized, so that's the only way you're going to buy it, which is genius.
They only sell it crystallized?
Yeah, buddy. And guess what? You can ship it that way. It's pretty genius. It's pretty genius.
Solid.
Yeah.
And then
I got 2 people now. That's all they want to buy is the crystallized honey. So I got to keep a couple of jars to the side.
If I made a label, I would put that on the back of the label to where you could read it. You know what I mean? And it say, give the instructions on how to warm it up and keep it within Texas temperatures is what I tell everybody. But I would prefer to do that because then they have a extra step that they can bond with the honey, and it lets them know that it doesn't go bad when it's crystallized,
Right.
I go through a Blue Sky Bee Supply or whatever it is for my sealed labels, and it tells you if your honey crystallizes to place it in warm water, not to give to kids under 1 year of age, all that.
Excellent.
But yeah, we went to Gamber Container, and they sell glassware too, but we bought the 1 pound skep jars. Well, you got one of those handy? One of those bottles you bought, Lee? Mine haven't shown up yet. So.
Fred over there.
Yeah,
check out Lee Dunn right there, man.
I think he's got more toys than Fred does. Usually he'll switch to his cordless mic when he gets up.
Yeah, I didn't think about it. It's sitting over here by my soundboard.
So those bottles end up being 30 cents a piece. They're $97 for 321 of them. Something like 30 cents.
Yeah,
and then
1,700 lids.
1,700 lids were like $115 or something. They were $100 and something. But then the freight is what gets you, so which brings them back up. But
$128 for
$128 for 1,700 lids with the safety seal in them.
So there's a head shop here that in Austin, obviously, and they do the glass pipes, and I've been itching to drive by there and ask them about making jars or containers for me, so it keeps it all local, and it's trying to go with the groove.
Right.
That'd be cool.
Just
I wish we had a
honey,
local
let them
supply
CBD
for.
infuse it. Make some
I wish
magic.
we had.
Great minds think alike.
Hey, I tell you what, if I lived in California, you bet I would have an apiary near a damn weed farm.
Wouldn't do you no good, man. They hate that stuff.
Oh, I bet you. I know there's a way they do it.
You have to infuse it.
There.
You have to infuse it.
Yeah.
Hey, if we can make it happen. We can
It's
do
a,
it.
it's a resin. It's a resin plant, not a nectar plant. So they might get some and make propolis out of it. And I'll tell you something you better never do is stuff your smoker full of marijuana leaves and think you're going to go smoke them. They will half kill you. They hate that stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like personal experience.
Oh, it is. I mean, I told you, man, I used to be a wild dude. I put leaves in my hives, man, and they was trying to drag them through that little opening, couldn't get them out. I'm like, man. So I opened it up. They drug them right out. They hate it.
My sister had a picture today when she come by. In South Louisiana, we fry anything you can think of. Well, it was a little meme. It said, Louisiana has officially legalized marijuana, and it showed little marijuana leaves breaded and battered and fried.
That's fun.
It's been legalized here for a while.
I'm not a fan of the plastic. My plastic, the foundations, if I could get rid of them and do the wire, that'd be my next step so I could be plastic free.
Yeah, I use on my foundation list, I use fishing line, which is, I guess, filament, but I don't know what they make. I guess it's some sort of plastic. But that's the only thing I use on them. I don't use plastic starter strips. I don't use wax starter strips. I just use the wood. We talked about this last night. I just cut the wedge off.
Yeah.
And put that in and staple it, and then take one of those little acid brushes, dip it in my hot wax, and coat that bar. Done.
Yeah.
Roll right off of it. And
the heat here, though, Texas heat here, I don't know how well that would do. I see it happening, but yeah.
the fishing line actually supports it to keep it from, like, when you tilt it from it sagging down. So I mean, it does work. I mean, we use
like my wax foundation that I buy for my cut comb honey. If the bees don't get on that as soon as I put it in there, it'll start sagging, even with the little metal clips on the end.
Yeah,
it's so hot here.
I've actually got some medium supers that are foundationless too, frames, and I've got people now starting to ask me for cut comb honey and everything, but I feel. I hate to say I feel bad about it, but I feel like the bees do so much work to draw that comb out that I hate to cut it out,
I mean, it does take a little work for them, but really it don't take that long. Not like I said, I buy the medium cut comb foundation, so it's a real thin strip of wax.
Right.
But it's really clean. That way you can eat it. And it don't take them long. They draw it out.
Michael Palmer says, I think when he puts in his, he uses those shallows for his cut comb supers. He uses shallows, and he says, probably 7 to 10 days, they got her done.
Yeah, it didn't take mine long last year, and that was putting it on one of the nukes that I bought. And
of course, that depends on how many bees you got in the flow, I imagine. Which he keeps his boxes pretty packed out. So
you got 5 frame mediums?
No, the nukes that I had bought, the 5 frame nukes I bought last year, I put them in a box and I put the cut comb super on that, and they drew it all out and filled it. Okay. Plus another regular super on top.
Well, I'm hoping it's early enough for my splits that the splits I made today should hopefully still yield something, but they may not. We'll see.
It's April the 1st. Now, last year when I got those other 8 nukes, I didn't get those nukes until April the 29th. And
Well,
they
they should already
still
have
filled up
brood
each one
coming
of
out.
them filled up 2 supers.
By April 29th, hopefully these, because I put mated queens in them, hopefully the first brood will be close to hatching out.
Yeah.
If they're not hatching out by then.
I said they were 5-frame nukes. I put them into a 10-frame deep brood box. And all the foundation I had was brand new foundation, no wax or no comb on it at all. So they drew out 2 supers of comb and filled them.
Nice.
That's a beautiful thing.
But I mean, whenever our tallow flow hits, it's heavy.
Until they release the moss.
The moths.
Beetles.
Yeah. The
They're
beetles.
wanting to kill them all. They're wanting to kill out the tallow, and everybody makes honey from tallow. I don't know why they would do such a thing.
That's our biggest flow here in South Louisiana, where I'm at, is tallow.
What would
And we
happen?
get a little clover. Some people will plant the buckwheat, but it ain't very much. We get an early privet flow, but I mean that don't last long either. Tallow is our biggest.
So you're saying what I need to do is just buy some buckwheat seed and go seed all this land around me. Just walk through the woods, chucking out seeds. And
well, to be honest with you, what I did last year just to try it out, I went to Home Depot and bought one of the little small
hand
like
spreaders?
seed spreaders, but
Mhm.
it takes batteries. And one day after dark, I had somebody driving the vehicle for me. I'm in the passenger seat with the window rolled down, filling this little cedar up, going down through the neighborhood, spraying everybody's ditch.
Really?
But I mean, it's not like no manicured yards in this neighborhood. It's a 40-something-year-old neighborhood of just everybody got regular common grass.
Did any of it come up?
Yeah, some of it come up, some of it didn't. About 2.5 weeks after I planted it, because the grass was starting to get high, the parish finally come through, probably the first time in 3 or 4 years, and cut the ditches. So they cut all my buckwheat that I just planted, a 100-pound bag.
100-pound. How much did a 100-pound bag of buckwheat seeds cost?
Oh, that I don't remember.
See, we get the goldenrod late in the year. So,
Well, year before last we did. Last year, we was pretty much non-existent on goldenrod last year. We had too much rain.
So hopefully by the 4th of July, I'll have all my honey off the colonies, extracted, re-super, so they can get the goldenrod to last them through the winter. And let that go. And then I'll harvest that in the winter when it starts warming up, or, closer to spring when it warms up and they don't need all the extra resources on there, and pull that back off, which is what happened this year. And we'll see. We'll see what happens, Who knows? Do what?
Said I just saw the chat button.
Oh, on the bottom where you could type in the chat?
Yeah, I've been wondering why you guys don't ever really aren't involved in that. And it's cumbersome to even look at.
It splits out a lot of your screen.
Yeah, that's
I
wild.
can't see it.
And then when you hit the chat, it like if Lee or I hit the chat, it'll actually post to both of our channels.
Yeah.
So
now I believe this is about what I paid last year. It's 50-pound bags each for $50 if you buy in bulk. Now, if you buy a 1-pound bag, it's $2.38 a pound. But if you buy a 50-pound bag, it's $1 a pound. And I bought 2 bags.
Damn, that sounds like Ultra Bee.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good website, greencover.com. They got just about any kind of seed you could think of.
And that's you just spread the seed and then let
technically
it go.
With buckwheat, I mean, it's nice if you get it an inch and a half deep, kind of covered, but you can just open broadcast it and it'll come up.
Well, I've got about the old man that lives behind me owns the 13 acres around us, and he's old, and I could literally walk a few acres of property that way, just casting seeds everywhere and forget about it, you know.
My closest yard is like 45 minutes away, and then my the furthest one is like an hour and a half. And the benefit to that is when my honey is when I'm harvesting and extracting my honey, whenever I sell it, I tell them, hey, if you don't like my honey, do something about it. You know, plant a flower maybe.
There you go.
They're in control of how the honey tastes in their area. You know,
Well, it's so funny because I have to explain to people here, you know, when they go to the grocery store, their honey more typically looks like this, right? Darker colored honey. Most of my honey comes out looking like that, a lighter shade. And these two honeys, I've got my mentor is about 3 miles one direction. His is darker. I got a guy down the road a few miles. His honey's darker, but my honey in the spring is typically almost clear. And in the summer, this is what I pulled off from, you know, last year. It's more of a yellow, and they taste different, you know, and it's just, yeah, you know what? Let me tell you something about buckwheat honey. We don't have buckwheat here, right? And someone, when they saw me selling honey, they reached out to me and said, hey, I've got a 5-gallon pail of buckwheat honey, and you sold your honey so quick. Would you like to buy it from me? And I was like, I don't know. But I ended up buying it, right? Since the first honey, and I didn't have any more at that particular time. So I bought it. They sold me 5 gallons, 60 pounds of honey for $100. I turned that $100 into $600, right? But I was very truthful with the people coming up. Look, this is not my honey. It didn't come from my colonies. We don't even have buckwheat around here. And now I've got people sending me messages. Do you have any more buckwheat honey? I don't even like the way it tastes. It's good for you. And
I kind of like it. It's like goldenrod. Some people don't like the goldenrod.
So
that's my favorite.
I like the stronger honey.
I'd take the spring honey and feed it back to them, and take all the fall flow if I could. And I love the goldenrod. That's by far my favorite.
Now, Renee, my old lady, she likes the spring honey from our privet and everything. It's a lot sweeter. She'll put that in her coffee.
Yeah,
I just like the goldenrod. I like that stronger, bold flavor.
The clearer honey that I had pulled, I mean, it was literally like almost clear. I think it's actually called water white is the official grading or whatever on it. It was weird because first it was real sweet when it hit your tongue, but then you got the aroma that it tastes like the smell of fresh flowers.
Yeah.
And I mean, I liked it. Everybody
I found it was a lot thicker too.
Yeah,
tallow is a lot thicker than our not tallow,
goldenrod.
Our privet is a lot thicker than the goldenrod or the tallow.
Well, the first one
is like more sticky.
The honey this honey right here had a 16.9 was on the refractometer, so it was pretty low moisture content.
Most of mine last year was either 17.5 to 18. I got a couple that was 16, but we had so much rain. I mean, it took them forever to cap it because they couldn't get it dehydrated down.
Yeah.
Plus we got
guys, I got to jump off. Old lady wanting the room back. So
we've only been going for 3 hours and 13 minutes, man. You lightweight.
Hey man, it's April 2nd where I'm at.
We've been going a whole day.
I'm telling you.
All right, Earl, you have a good one, man.
Hey,
yeah, I'm gonna have to jump off here soon too because I got the electrician coming in the morning.
Yeah, great chatting with you. Good to meet you, Boone's Bees.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a good one, man. God bless. Love you.
God
bless you, bees.
Yeah, I still got a bottle and label honey tonight too, and load in the car for the farmer's market in the morning.
Yeah, you don't have any leftover from last week that you can just put in the truck and go.
I got a little bit, but not enough.
See,
I got one case.
That's a good.
Yeah, you just need to mass bottle it, dude. You got the bottles, I know.
Oh yeah, I got, I think 12 cases of glass over there, and then I got 321 squeeze that I just ordered, and I think 80 something of my other squeeze still left.
Dude, you don't go easy on nothing, do you? It's like bam,
all the way.
That's it.
That's crazy.
You're gonna do it right.
Yeah, see, that's the thing now is that I've got this honey extraction room, right? That's never extracted honey yet. I've got 321 bottles coming in, which isn't going to be enough, right? So it's like, do I just go ahead and order the rest of them, you know, and then just have bottles every damn where to go with the damn 8 cases of frames I've got in my kitchen, and you know. I
got a database on my computer. Every time I take jars out filled with honey, I put it in my database and it keeps count of my inventory. And whenever I get to a certain level, it reminds me to reorder more.
Yeah, you can just bottle it there in the morning. Speaking of which, if you're thinking about doing that bring your own bottle thing, Better Bee has a clear bottling tank.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that tonight. I'd have to check that
like
out.
Plexiglass or something. You can see the honey in it.
That'd be great for display.
And it's pretty cool looking. And then you know when you're running low. But I don't remember how much it was. So we ordered bottles from a place called Gamber Container.
$549.
$549. You could buy a legit bottle and tank for that.
Wow. That's fancy.
Like a lava lamp, right? You could put a little heater in there and watch the bubbles come up and come back down.
120 volts and I'm trying to see.
So it is warmed.
Holds 29 liters, 7.6 gallons.
It is heated though?
Yeah, it's a 110 volt, 150 watt heater.
I didn't even think about buying that one. I've always looked at the stainless one.
That's slick. Is it illuminated from the bottom? Is it got a light in the bottom of it?
It kind of looks like it does. Let's see if it tells us. Transparent section 15 high.
It doesn't. No, I don't think it.
I don't see nothing about a light, but it may have one in there. If not, I mean, you could always put a little lamp or something behind it when you're bottling.
Lee, you would have LEDs around the bottom, so it'd be changing colors like the disco honey ball.
Yeah.
And he would have it sync to his phone so he could Bluetooth change them. And he'd have an Alexa on the side. He'd be Alexa, turn the honey green.
Can you see my light over here by the on air sign?
Yeah.
What color you want?
Yes, it is in Pennsylvania. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, I think.
Yep, Lancaster.
So the shipping is not too exciting. I mean that's not too exciting. But
$117 shipping for me.
Yeah, so once you have 1,700 lids, they can UPS everything else out because the bottles are so light. Well, everything's UPS, but it's still or FedEx, whatever, however they send it. But it's the shipping was kind of steep at the first one.
Yeah, I agree with that, LaGrange.
Yeah, that's that. Valve,
that's kind of a specialty.
But the valve doesn't come with any of
you should order the valve from a plumbing supply shop, man.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With the lever and everything on it?
Yeah, man. That's all plumbing fittings. That's all it is.
We were talking about that. Even the stands for them. I was like, why couldn't you use just a water heater stand from Home Depot or somewhere? Because if it can hold a water heater up, it can definitely hold the honey up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
Well, if you got an 80-gallon hot water heater and the water inside of 80 gallons is what, 12 pounds to, no, 8 pounds to the gallon. So
viscosity of honey is more, so it would weigh more.
Well, it does weigh more, but the tanks don't hold as much.
Oh yeah, true. But as far as the no drip valve and all that, you could order that from a plumbing supply probably for cheaper than you would from a bee supply, I would assume. And if you got a plumber to order it with the master license, it'd be even cheaper.
Yeah, you could probably just go to any local plumbing supply company or even Granger, somewhere like that.
Yeah, and they'd order it for you, but it'd probably save you some if you went that route.
Let's see. No drip valve.
Yeah, it'd probably be a stainless steel valve, ball valve.
Stainless steel. Oh, that's of course all the bee supply places come up. Maxant.
Yeah, you'd check like a Moore Supply or Ferguson's or something like that, and then see what their valve look like.
Yeah, water, you're looking at 8.32 pounds per gallon. So about 8 1/3 pounds per gallon. Honey, you're looking at 12 pounds per gallon.
Right. So 8.3?
8.32. Yeah.
Times 80, because 80-gallon water heater holds 80 of them, right? That's 665 pounds. If your bottling tank holds how much?
Mine holds 16.
All right, so 16 times 12 is 192 pounds. So the weight, it would hold the weight. And then you got to add on the water, that's in the jacket or whatever. But as long as
I got 5 gallons of water in my jacket.
And then the weight of the equipment itself.
Yep. But you're probably looking about 1,000 pounds max, I would think, for my 16-gallon now. But I never really put over 10 or 12 gallons in it at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it on here. Shop no drip today, Amazon. I don't know. I have to do some research on that. But you're right. All of that is plumbing fittings, right?
Yeah, and it's not going to be marketed to a beekeeper where they know that they're already going to bleed you like a turnip,
So hell, that's a market in itself. I could just buy a shit ton of no drip valves off of a plumbing supply place and resell them at less than $200 or $150 and probably sell every one I could buy.
Yeah.
So all kinds of
another one. Because like I said, I want to get another bottling tank just like that. That way I can keep my light colored honey in one and my darker honey in one. I don't want to mix them.
Yeah.
But if I'm running out of light and I need to bottle some and I got dark in there, I don't want to have to drain the whole tank, then refill it with the other. I'd just like to have one sitting right next to the other. One dark, one light.
You got the bottle popped up there?
Got what?
In the bottom, you have a screen share up down there.
Oh, that was just bottles from Gamber.
But yeah, so we learned that from Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie said, "Yeah, I get all my caps the same size, so it doesn't matter if I'm getting 1, 2, 3 pound. They all have the same caps. So I buy 1,700 caps, and then I can buy whatever I need of each bottle and still use the same cap on them and be good to go."
That's smart. It's like running all dates for everything to be match.
Yeah.
So
I would like to run deeps. That way all my equipment's interchangeable, but my back won't allow it.
Well, my main thing is, once again, I'm out in out yards and other people's properties, so I need to give them as much space as possible because, like just this last weekend, I slung my brake pads out. They flung out, and I just went to the boat ramp to scoop up water out of the lake. I give them, lake water. I don't give them tap water or anything. So I was lucky it didn't happen right there, but it happened at the bee yard. So I drove an hour and a half to work on my brakes and didn't get to mess with any of my bees. So I'm hoping tomorrow I don't go to a split city, but if I do go well.
Yeah, that's what happened to me whenever I was working 712s just a few weeks ago, and a bunch of them swarmed on me. But I think I still got enough time. They'll build back up.
Yeah.
We still probably got, I'm figuring, 3 or 4 weeks at least till our privet flow really kicks hard. then tallow won't be too far behind.
Well, sometime in the next 3 months, right? I mean, it's supposed for us. It's basically April, May, June.
Yeah.
And then we'll hit some dearth, and then it'll go back to goldenrod.
I'm hoping we get some goldenrod this year. According to the almanac, we're supposed to have a little bit, I wouldn't say drier year on average, but drier than last year.
Well, it amazes me with the city and the county. They'll let all the darn trash that falls out of people's cars and trucks lay all over the road and everything, but they'll damn sure make sure they come and mow the sides of the road.
Yeah.
You know, and a few years ago, South Carolina had this thing where they actually planted wildflowers in the medians and stuff, like on the highways, like in the center part, which was a great idea, in my opinion, where they just left the wildflowers and stuff burn. But then, like a new governor, and then all of a sudden they come and do something different, you know?
Yeah.
And
Texas is good about that. Our wildflowers are in our medians and stuff like that.
Well,
they'll do that in Louisiana in some areas on the interstate.
Well, luckily, I'm close enough to Fort Jackson that my bees can get there to the woods. Like, they don't do anything out on this end, so it's all woods with dogwoods and all kinds of trees and stuff. And I mean, even in the winter, they're like pulling pollens in, right? In February, they were pulling in green, and yeah, we didn't have much goldenrod last year either.
Mine
Where was Dennis from?
He's about an hour north of me in South Carolina.
Okay.
So we don't mow the ditches during wildflower season either. Yeah, so I'm trying to right now. I'm hoping they don't come and do our ditches here soon, because the grass and stuff is starting to grow up on the side of the road. But also, so is the wild berries in the ditches and stuff like that. So
you know what? The power line folks, they'll come through and spray everything. If your stuff's near power lines, you gotta get in contact with them, and you gotta mow it yourself. And let them know you'll mow it yourself.
Well, I woke up one day last year, and they had the tree trimming crew in there, and they were just hacking the shit out of my trees. And I've got like a 300-year-old oak tree in my front yard, and man, I kicked them off my property. I told them to get the hell out of here. And then like an hour later, their supervisor came down in a truck. I said, I understand you have to trim these ones off from around the power line. I said, but this tree sits so far back in the property that you have no business cutting this tree, you know?
There's like a girl down the road from us. She got some big crepe myrtles in her front yard, and the power line people come through trimming trees off power line. Her crepe myrtles wouldn't nowhere near it, and they would, just pretty much whack them almost all the way off. Looked like they pruned it all the way back.
Well, the thing
was mad.
Right next to them, see if they did it again.
I think what they're doing around here is, because they're building all these subdivisions in, they're clearing the sides of the road so the utility people can run the utilities to these new subdivisions. You know, the reason we moved out here is because it's country. Now the city is moving out to us, right? So next thing that I have to worry about is that the city actually annexes this area where I'm in the county now, but right on the other side of the street is the city. So with these new subdivisions, if the city annexes it, then they'll try to change what I can and can't do on my property, because now I'm in the city, right?
I'm in
miles outside of the city.
I'm in North Austin, and year before last, I had a hive that pulled in 100 pounds in town, and we had probably a half mile of sunflowers, and they turned around and built a stadium and took out like a half mile of wildflowers, and it was nothing. I got nothing. I can't even keep in my backyard.
Believe it or not, well, I don't live too far probably within 5 or 6 miles from the sewage plant, right? That treats all the sewage for everything. But around the sewage plant, they have all this ground, right? And they planted that whole thing full of sunflower seeds one year, and it was gorgeous, just acres and acres of sunflowers. And then they did that 1 year, and then it's like they mowed them all down and they were done with it, And I would like to be able to get into some of that like rooftop stuff where business will let you put beehives on the rooftop. That'd be cool if I could find some place to let you do that,
See, like my number 4 yard that I'm setting up for this year, they've got thousands of acres around there. It's basically international paper land. They come through, clear cut everything for paper mills. Well, generally when they do a clear cut, they only do it every 15 to 20 years. Some of them might be 30 years. They just clear cut this one last year. All these thousands of acres, but they still got wood lines around different sections of it. And that's where I'm setting up my new yard. So I don't have to worry about them cutting for about another 15, 20 years.
There you go.
So I think it'd be good land. All them tree lines, everything growing up, that's going to be a lot of privet. And privet grows fast.
Yeah, I would love to get some property like that to put on, put some colonies on. But right now, I don't know people that know people.
Plus the property that I'm putting it on is 20 acres, and they doing a fruit orchard. They have all different kind of fruit trees on it, so it's helping their pollination. But I still get all the honey. I'll give them a case or two of honey a year. That's all they wanted.
Yeah, the diversity here was really nice with with all the flowers in town. Like I didn't harvest it, but I didn't have to feed them, because people were planting different flowers in everybody's backyards. Yeah. But the taste of my honey is different, because I'm not chasing what people are growing. I'm just putting my bees on people that actually let me have them. So I believe it's more of a genuine taste of what the geographic surroundings are than if I were to be targeting a certain person for what's growing around them,
Right.
Yeah, I got an older gentleman. He's probably, 500 or 600 yards across from me, and he does a big garden every year. And he said last year was one of his best years because all my bees were going over there to help pollinating for him.
I think they say like it maxes, you see the full potential in 2 or 3 years of having your bees in like a neighborhood, or the surrounding people within like the second years, whenever they'll see the most of what they can get out of their plant.
Yeah, and last year was my second year. Y'all give me just a minute. I got a phone call coming through.
I hear that. Yep. But that's the next thing. I mean, I actually put on some local groups. Like I said, the area I live in, I put on some local groups that, hey, if there's any farmers that want some hives on their property, it's not like I'm going to charge them to put them out there. It'd just be mutually beneficial for both of us.
Yeah, I don't charge anybody to put my bees out.
So that was kind of, some things I wanted to try to do, but it didn't have anybody bite on it yet. So that's hopefully in the future. In my future somewhere, just trying to make sure that I didn't have any people wanting to buy some honey from me over on Facebook, because I saw some notifications. But I mean, Facebook for selling honey has been the best thing for me. In that local group, it's got like 9,000 members. I didn't even say I was selling it last time. I just took a picture of, hey, I've been a busy weekend, been bottling and labeling, and then my phone and everything got blown up because they're like, oh, when can I buy something? Where can I come get it? And everything else.
I'm not on Facebook, but I'm tempted to do it for that reason. This year in Texas, they just changed it so that we can do retail, we can do online. We don't have to have.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fair game now.
So here, if I'm selling direct to the consumer, I can sell up to 4,800 pounds. So that's $48,000 worth of income, right? From 4,800 pounds of honey. If I Well, but how do they know that? That's the first thing. How do they know how much honey I've sold? Because everybody brings cash. They're not paying with credit cards. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's the first thing. The second thing is if I sell to a store that then resells my honey, I have to get a full honey house inspection like it was a restaurant or something like that.
That's how they had it here, and they just did away with it.
So now you can sell as much honey as you can make.
Yeah. It's considered a beekeeper producer instead of like a packer producer.
Right.
So that's kind of how ours is. Ours ain't limited by a pound or a gallon. It's a price. If you're making under $20,000 a year.
Well, it's pretty much anything with the government. You know, and not to get too political, but the government speaks out of both sides of their head, right? All the time. Oh, yeah. We need more honey producers. The bees are dying. We need this. We need that. We really got to support the beekeeper, right? We'll boycott China's honey. But, oh, wait a minute. All you small-time honey producers, here's a regulation. Here's another regulation. You can't do this. You can't do that. And most of the people that are like us that are producing small quantities of honey, we do the least crooked shit to try to sell something, right? You know what I mean? It's the big guys that are mixing this stuff from China and Argentina in the grocery stores, and you don't know what you're doing.
It has to be raw honey here. You can't add anything to it. You even to make creamed honey, you have to be careful on how you make your creamed honey, or else they're considered, you're adulterated it.
Right.
Processed.
Mm-hmm. But I just eat raw honey, so I don't have to worry about that at all.
Yeah,
that's all I do.
Too. I just run it through a strainer.
I don't know if you can see that's on my label right there at the top. Raw honey.
So, no, that's
and as far as like our tax stuff here, collecting sales tax on it, as long as we're under that $20,000 a year, we don't have to apply for the sales tax either.
Nice.
But again, how do they know that? They don't know. Do they?
Well,
know?
I mean, at the farmer's market, I do a credit card also.
Right.
I have my credit card reader. I have my receipt printer.
I believe 600 is on the limit for the cash apps now too. Whenever you're using those apps, they're able to dig into that and look around now.
Well, I used my my credit card reader goes through PayPal, and I think I done. Say that again.
The government, the IRS, they go through PayPal. If it's over $600, they go through it.
See, last year it was maybe 4,000 coming in on that. Well, total. But whenever I went to PayPal, you can go on there and pull like your tax documents. Whenever I went to it, it said no documents available. It's still saying that. So I don't know if maybe it was because I was under a certain limit, which it wasn't 4,000 just on card. I mean, that was total.
Hey, my buddy, when he buys honey, he always uses PayPal to pay me. And he always puts a note in there, happy birthday, or, something else, but it's never related to honey. It's more like a gift. So he's like, oh, that way you don't have to claim it on your taxes.
That's sweet.
So, Eamon says, anyone use Promoter L for bees? What is Promoter L? I've never heard of it, to be honest with you. So no, I don't. Promoter L.
I use
is that like a supplement?
I use HEB parking lot.
It's kind of crazy.
It's a mixture of amino acids and vitamins in a liquid form.
No, I don't use it.
I guess that'd be kind of like maybe Hive Alive or something like that, or the Pro Suite.
A supplement.
Yeah.
Sounds like a supplement. But, with it's funny when people were talking about peppermint tainting, well, that could taint the honey. But then someone brought up, but they put Hive Alive and everything in the liquid, which gets stored in the cells. So you really don't know. You know what I mean?
I had honey last year that tasted like not Twizzler, but licorice, and the star anise plant. It was so wild. I saved it. Like it's so crazy. I had one person that liked it, and they were using it to make pecan pies with. But it was amazing.
My honey tasted like Skittles from kudzu.
They had that happen at a Skittles factory, and they still considered it honey because it actually went through the same process and had the as regular honey would do. So they deemed it.
Really?
Yeah, they deemed it honey, even though it was from a Skittles. What is that?
That's the star anise extract.
Yeah. So it's you never know what it's going to taste like if you.
Yeah, it's weird. So I mean, kudzu. Bob Benny said it tastes like. To him, it tastes like. What did he say? It was a grape soda.
The knee-high?
The knee-high, yeah, like grape knee-high. And it does. I mean, it tastes. Mine didn't taste that strong, but it did taste like a grape candy, grape Skittle, is what I equated it to. But it's pretty cool. And I've got kudzu right on the edge of my property here, so
they got that the lantern. It's a lantern moth, I believe, and its excrement. The bees actually collect it and make honey out of it. It's still considered honey, even though it's not flour.
It's like that Kopi Luwak coffee that's made out of cat shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's your birthday present on the screen.
Hey, hey, don't think I don't take a super chat. I'll take a super chat. Toss it in there. Yeah, 4362 is like an uneven number, right?
Yeah.
What is the name of Now product? Oh, the Now product, that's an essential oil. So I think that he's talking about the actual brand of essential oils is called Now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in a swarm trap. That's only essential. I'd use lemongrass, and that'd be it.
How they say you could use that star of anise or anise or whatever, and it'll kind of work as an attractant also.
The anise star.
Yeah. I remember somebody said that the other night. I've heard it said all different ways.
Coumarin extracts with your pollen compound. Hey, Green Sun, I've never seen you in here before, but we appreciate you. Let me see.
Yeah, welcome to the chat.
Have you ever seen the results of coumarin extract with your pollen compound? Last time I did that, my bee blower dang near clogged up.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't seen that. Coumarin. About the wildest I've gotten this year is the peppermint extract in the pollen patties. And it's for hive beetles, which, us southern folk, we know about hive beetles. Some northern beekeepers don't get them. They're lucky. Frederick Dunn don't get them. So that's why I think, if you notice, a lot of the beekeeping YouTubers are from north of the Mason-Dixon line. And they don't have too many hive beetle problems. So you see a lot of videos on mites, but you don't see too many videos about hive beetles and how to combat them and reduce them more than anything. Because I don't think you'll ever get rid of them, but to at least eliminate them a little bit. You saw 3 last year, 3 hive beetles. Hell, in January, I saw more than that on one frame in a colony.
I've seen 2 so far this year. Now I've seen the one the other day and then one today whenever I went to number 2 yard.
Well, you can definitely see in my early videos in January, I had hive beetles in pretty much every colony, and now I don't. So
thank you there, James. I just seen that sub.
Do what?
James Noel just done a sub for me. I was telling him,
nice.
thank you.
Nice. So everybody subbed to Boone's Bees tonight.
Where the videos are as raw as the honey.
Hey,
Yeah, I
mine
like
are
that.
too. Dirt Rooster was on here, and he's like, he films a lot of bee footage. I said, hell, all my videos are bee footage. That's everything. I mean, it's just like whatever I film, that's what's getting put in there.
Yeah, I can't edit or anything. I'm using my cell phone to do anything, and I'll get there someday with it, but it's not a top priority. I don't use hashtags or any. I'm just on there for fun.
Well, my mentor, he didn't either, and I've kind of put him out there a little bit on this show, and we've done some banners across the bottom that has him on there. And there we go, another troll. And let me see, block user. There you go. Thank you. His, I don't know if you watch Castle Grounds Apiary, but like on the last day of the month, he does a review of all the beekeeping YouTube channels and their growth and how many subscribers they had and how much content they put out. Hell, the old man went up like 165% on his subs this last month. And it's pretty cool. I mean,
yeah, I had a spike on mine last week, and I was like, I was wondering, man, I guess somebody's talking shit about me or something.
Hey, as long as they're talking about you, it's good.
There's no bad publicity. Just ask Will Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's funny.
Like 350 views on a video that has no words on it. I was all like, something's weird on that, but it might have been the live streams. Everybody tuning in, and some people don't care for them, so they'll tune out. I do
a short every now and again. I've done like 3 or 4 shorts as like something new, and I put 2 of my 3 had over 2,000 views on them.
Yeah, if you put music on it too, I think it bumps it up, because I put music. That's the only way I can edit if I have a short. The only editing capabilities that I can do is the simple ones that are on that children can do, and I felt comfortable with that and put it up, and I got a ton of views. But once again, that's not my motive on it.
I don't do too many fancy edits. I pretty much I know how to cut a clip and take part of that out and put it together, and then I just do a simple transition. That's it. Not too much to it.
I think it's more helpful, you know what I mean? The longer you have it in the editing room, you know what I mean, the less useful it is for the people that are really going to watch it for the appropriate reason,
Well, my videos are long.
I'll take several hours sometimes. I mean, between uploading the video from a camera to the computer, editing and doing all that, rendering out, but I still try to upload it to YouTube the same day that I film it, if not within a day or 2.
So Eamon says, what are good essential oils good for bees other than wintergrass and lemongrass? I think some people use tea tree.
I've heard tea tree. I've heard lavender. Now, what all they do, I really couldn't tell you.
I think it's for tracheal mites and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't use that. Not that I'm against it. I just don't.
Yeah.
Don't use it.
I've heard it'll help a little bit with mites, but really, I don't know what all else it could do.
But I don't use too much of it.
Hey, Dennis, you on the perfect website to find out anything, YouTube.
True.
That's how I learned to use Premiere Pro for my video editing, YouTube.
Yep, YouTube got me where I'm at with DaVinci as far as I need to go.
Beekeeping.
Yeah, beekeeping too. Yeah, I think that's correct. Tea tree was good for nosema. But do we know? I mean, are there hard proven studies on that? I don't know.
I think nosema is really affecting the people that keep them in huts and in their sheds and stuff.
Hey, yeah, no problem, Jim. We appreciate you, brother. Anyway.
Hey, Jim, do you mind if I drop a link in the chat to your channel? That way everybody can sub to you.
I'm sitting here eating taquitos.
Breakfast of champions.
That's right. My wife thinks I'm the weirdest guy ever. I don't care what time it is. If there's like something in the refrigerator, cold chicken, cold pizza, cold spaghetti, I don't care. Just whatever. That might be the military in me. You just eat when you can and when you're hungry, and that's it.
That's what everybody tells me at work. Said, how do you eat cold food? At home, I don't. At work, I ain't standing in line for a microwave.
Right.
I'll just go ahead and eat it.
I carry my lunch every day. Every day.
Generally, I'm sitting in the crane anyway. I'm too lazy to get out and go find a microwave.
I'm surprised you wake up long enough to go eat.
I get busy every now and then.
That's funny. Every day I call him. You busy? Nah, nothing going on today.
Had that 5 days in a row last week.
That's nice.
But I actually had to do a little bit this week.
Anyway, guys, we've been on here for 3 hours and 49 minutes, 50 minutes now. I'm ready to call it. You got honey to bottle?
Yeah, I still got a bottle, label, everything. Pack it in the car.
Awesome. It's been awesome.
Hey,
yeah.
Don't look at. If food is hot when it's made, it has to be hot when I eat it. I can't do cold pizza or chicken. Yeah,
I'm not big on the cold pizza now.
I can. Well, part of it is since this house is so old, if we turn our microwave on too long, like over 60 seconds, it blows the breaker that runs both of these computers, the living room TV, and everything. So you can,
worlds collide.
Yeah, you got to reset it, which then it resets the modem. So then you're waiting like a few minutes to get back on the internet. So it's just easier to eat it cold.
Yeah, Jim, come on back anytime.
Yeah, man.
And for anybody in the chat that don't know, we do multi-stream this at the same time on Bob's channel, Walker Bee Ranch, and also on my channel, Kodiak Farm Bees. Is going to both channels at the same time.
And actually, Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central is the real live stream that we do. All of these are when we get bored and want to hang out with our buds that we just come online and put it out there.
Yeah, they did random.
And you never know who's going to be on here. We've had Ian Stepler in the chat. We've had Dirt Rooster. We've had Greg and from Nature's Image. We've had Castle Hives. Who else have we had?
Bruce's Bees.
Bruce has been on a few times. Craig Branch.
Brian you said Brian Castle Hives.
So
you guys gotta get 6 Acre Farms on there, man. That dude's awesome.
You may have to try to contact him.
Yeah, Snellgrove. He does the Snellgrove. He's got a good video on that. Or good playlist with that.
We had Jerome Bee Farms on here too.
Yeah, sure did.
Jerome and
yeah, I watched a lot of him too. Yeah, I love all them guys, man. Anybody that's gonna take time to make a video, for bees, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'd like to get Vino Farms on here, but it'd be hard,
I like the ideal of the hives that he got. I mean, they look cool. They seem to work. But as far as large scale, I don't think it would be practical.
Right.
That's a lot of money for one.
No. I those tops that he has, I use those, the Vivaldi boards.
Mm-hmm.
And here in Texas, I leave them on. I put insulation in them and in the burlap, and I use them year round. They really do good.
We're all little guys, man. What you talking about?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm probably the littlest guy in here, just about.
No, I'm like 5'2".
How many subs you got on your channel?
Oh, amazingly, I got like 80 something. So
you got more than I got.
I never used I don't edit. I think it's only from the shorts, man. I put Willie Nelson on Willie Nelson's music on, and then like Brett Cobb, and they apparently put you in the suggested if you use their music, I believe. So that might,
really?
Yeah.
I used, what did I use? Oh, you remember that song Candy Shop? Take me to the candy shop. You know what I'm talking about? So I had that on one of my shorts. It had 2,000. And then I had who was it? I had another singer and that one got 2,000. So maybe that's it, using that music.
I might need to try that.
Yeah.
I'm only up to 73 subs right now.
Yeah, I don't. There's no other reason why I should have that many subs. I don't. My stuff's entirely too boring. But then again, everybody else has a fast forward button, so it's easier for them to push it than for me to spend 2 hours editing.
That's true. I mean, people are saying your videos are too long. And then I learned about this thing called a premiere. And when you do a premiere of a video, what I found is probably people aren't even watching my video. It's just us hanging out and chatting in the chat box. And from the YouTube standpoint, it's interaction.
Yep.
Right. Because it actually tracks it in the studio how many how many comments were put in the chat. So it does, and view time. If it's a 45-minute video and we're in there chatting with each other, everybody's watching it supposedly, but even if they're not,
I try to watch it the first time, and I'll like it, and then I'll come back and watch it again, and I'll comment, and then I was all like, man, it looks like I commented and didn't like it. So then now I'll watch it now, and then I come back and watch it again, comment, and
I had well, the thing was, I used to try to stay to just over 10 minutes. That was like the suggestion. Just stay just over 10 minutes. Because you have to go at least 10 minutes when you're monetized to monetize it. It has to be at least 10 minutes long. So that was the reason back then. But I found out most people were only watching the video if it was 10 minutes, like 2 or 3 minutes. But when I started doing 45-minute videos or 35-minute videos or 25-minute videos, people were watching 10, 12, 15 minutes, about half. It was still about half. It was just a longer video. And which from the monetization standpoint equates to money. Not granted, it's not a lot because I don't have a lot of subs or, stuff like that. But if I made $30 in a month, it would take me over 3 months to actually get a payout from YouTube. So it's, it's not about, oh wow, I made $100, but it took me 4 months to get it,
Yeah. I'm a long way from even getting 4 cents a month.
But if you think about it, how much time did I have to spend shooting and editing videos to make $40 or $100? It doesn't. The time and the money don't add up.
It'll buy you another memory card for your camera.
Yeah, so I can film more.
Yeah, I'll say that way you don't fill the other one up.
That's so yeah, I'm doing things backwards, right? Everything with beekeeping is backwards. You buy all the stuff in hopes that you have enough bees. You buy the big extractor that you hope that you have enough honey to use it.
That was my thing. Was the one thing I didn't like was everybody equates how good of a beekeeper you are with how much honey you come and produce. And I'm like, well, that's kind of the opposite of putting the bees first. I was like, I did a great year. All my bees survived. I didn't get a big honey pool, but I still felt like a champ.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you may have produced the honey, but decided to leave it on the colony so they don't die over winter.
Yeah, that's generally what happened last year.
That's what I'm going to do this year. I'm going to make sure I leave an extra super on there of honey for them.
But the funny part about that is when it gets close to spring and you pull that excess honey off, now you're the only person in town that's got honey to sell.
Yeah.
The same way if you're not treating, you're able to pull honey when you're able to have honey available when everybody else is.
Right, I could go out there right now. I've got frames of capped honey out there.
Mm-hmm.
I could pull them off, throw another frame in there, and extract them out. So for me, it's you got to make them live, because if you're gonna treat this like a business and pull honey and sell it, the bees have to survive to make you honey.
That's where I think people are messing up with that, because you can buy a package for less than you can a box of honey. You know what I mean? What's more valuable to me? It's the bees, but
Right.
to a lot of people, you can take all of the honey, make $600 off of it, and then turn around and buy a package the next season.
Well, who was it? Somebody said that the other night. It might have been last night that said that every year somebody they knew let their colony just die over winter.
Yeah, well, I was talking about that. Some people up the road from me, they got horizontal hive or top bar hives.
Mm-hmm.
They got 2 of them out there, and come fall, the hives disappear. They take everything out, crush and strain it. Come spring, they put them back up. That's when Bruce was on here the other night. We was talking about that.
Well, crushing and straining, I'm not going to say it's wrong or right or whatever, because it's your bees. You do what you want to with them, right? That's the thing. However, I mean, I don't see the point of it really, because not only did you take all of their food, now you just destroyed their whole home as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, come on, meet them halfway at least,
Yeah, everybody wants to buy wax from me, and I'm like, I'm going to take that and put it on foundation. It's more important there than it is selling the dump.
Right, that's what Lee was doing earlier. He gets his pre-waxed foundation and he re-waxes it on top of that.
That's what I did. Same thing.
And they drew it out quicker.
Yeah. I wasn't feeding, so I used their honey to draw them. So I certainly was going to give them every opportunity.
Right. I just found, because I mean, you never know how long those foundations have been sitting in the warehouse. Even though they're waxed, they might sit there for a year. You put that in the hive, they might touch it, they might not. Yeah. But if you put fresh wax on it, then put it in the hive, they jump on it.
Yeah, they're on it.
You're going to make me go in there and wax 600 frames I've got in the kitchen, right?
That's the reason you're doing your cappings for the first couple of years is just a coat foundation.
He's putting the Jedi mind trick on me right now. That's what he's doing.
You better get to work.
Yeah. It works, man. It's just for real.
It does.
Well, I did it with some of my old ones, but I didn't do it with the brand new ones.
Yeah. I do it with any of them because, like I said, I don't know how long they've been sitting in the warehouse.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it might have wax on it. I can feel it, but you may have got dust on it. And the smell, I guess, dissipates when it just sits there.
Or it's absorbing the smell of everything else,
Yeah. So I'll just throw that extra coat on it and let them have it.
Mm-hmm. 6 Acre Farm actually coated the top of his migration covers and his telescoping tops. He did the inside of those with wax so that it would preserve the wood in it. Yeah.
Now, like all my boxes so far, I've primed them with oil-based paint, and then I go over that with latex enamel. That way, it's a harder shell coating on the enamel.
Well, he did this on the water. He did that on the inside of the telescoping top. He coated the inside of the telescoping top with wax so that it wouldn't mildew as much and destroy the inside wood.
Okay.
Yeah,
I might have to look into that.
All right, guys, I got to run.
He explains everything. He's real easy to understand.
All right, that's good. We'll check him out. Yeah, it's almost midnight here, my time. I know it's almost 1 o'clock your time, Bob.
It is.
Yeah.
We've been going 4 hours again. Another marathon for the Beekeepers.
Yeah, but we'll catch everybody on the next one.
Shout outs in their videos because you do long videos. I don't know if that's a blessing. Well, I mean, obviously we got diehards that hang out the whole time, so that's awesome.
We got people still hanging in here now.
I'm glad to see there's other no-life beekeepers out there just like us. Nothing better to do.
We all got to stick together.
It is Friday night. Some people are out at the bars, but not us.
Mm-mm.
We're talking bees.
Too crazy out there these days.
Yep.
But yeah, I hope everybody has a good night. Definitely come back on Tuesday night, 7 Central, 8 Eastern time, and may catch us in between, just random.
You might catch us on Saturday Night Live like we did last week.
Yeah. And don't forget, everybody sub to everybody that's in the chat, in the video, and give the videos a thumb up. We appreciate y'all.
All right. See y'all later.
Y'all have a good night.